Hello and welcome to the HRD Summit UK 2020. This is HRD Live. We'll be bringing you live interviews and updates from across both days of the summit right here. We'll also have discussions with some of our thought leaders, music, courtesy of Song Division, and much more. But first of all, I'm going to give you a little bit of a look at what to expect today. At 9:50, we'll have Margaret Heffernan, our first keynote speaker, dropping by to talk about the power of collective intelligence. At 10:20, we'll have Bernard Marr talking about merging human and machine in the future of HR. At 10:45, we have Tara Benton of Mighty. 11:50, John Ingham, Kath Bailey, and Mark Bausch reprising the HRD Live podcast from just earlier last year. And later on today, we'll have Hilary McGrady at 16:40 talking about the National Trust. That's what you can expect later on today, and lots more besides. You can tweet us at HRD Community, join us on LinkedIn, YouTube, and HRD Connect, and I'll see you later on. Don't go anywhere.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live at the HRD Summit UK 2020, where I'm now joined by the legendary Margaret Heffernan. Margaret, thank you for joining us on HRD Live.
My pleasure. It's fun.
So you're fresh straight off the keynote stage. How was it up there?
It was great. I mean, it's a really warm bunch of people.
Yeah?
It's a great subject, so it absolutely spoke to the stuff I care about.
Fantastic. So speaking of what you care about, what were you sharing with everybody up there?
I was really looking at two issues which I think are very top of mind at the moment. The first is around creativity and innovation. What does that actually mean? Mm-hmm. And the second was around teamwork and the collective intelligence of teams. What makes some teams better than the other, and what do you need to do in a team and what do you need not to do in a team?
So what makes great teamwork then that way? How do you build this kind of collective intelligence? If I was a business leader really wanting to get that started and thinking I haven't the faintest idea, how does that come together?
Yeah. It's a bunch of things, and I think it's, some of it's quite surprising. It is absolutely not a function of IQ. Great teams are not the smartest guys in the room, as the saying goes. It's about people who care about each other, who pay attention to each other, who listen to each other, and who are very different from each other. So they're each bringing a different perspective, a different attitude, a different mindset, different knowledge to the problem. And the best teams stick together for a long time, so they get really safe with each other and can learn to play to each other's strengths.
So speaking of care then, and that relationship you're talking about, whose responsibility is that? Where does that fall within the business to try and engender that and create that?
Well, I think it's pretty much everybody's job, to be honest. I mean, obviously it tends to fall into the lap of HR. But I think, what makes HR so challenging is that it's both about kind of putting people together in teams, but it's also about creating a culture in which teams can thrive. And that's both, I think, an HR and leadership function. Mm-hmm. But I also feel quite strongly it's the function of every employee to think about, how do I become a better team member? How can I add more to my team? The great teams don't have any passengers, right?
Right.
They don't have dominant voices. They do their best when everybody's doing their best.
Of course.
So I think every team member has a responsibility to the team to bring the best of themselves.
Right. Do you think that's a cultural issue in business? Do you think some cultures, some businesses might struggle with that because it's not in their values to have that kind of that relationship?
I don't think it's about values. I think that if you really want creativity and innovation, and I'm not persuaded every company does, right? You have to give people a lot of freedom and trust.
Right.
And I think this is one reason why companies find it difficult, because they're accustomed to control, right?
Right, of course.
They want to use tools of scientific management to make sure that everybody does exactly what they're told. But the thing is, if you want creativity, you want to make something nobody's ever seen before. Mm-hmm. You don't know how to make it. So you can't schedule it. You can't break it into job descriptions and KPIs and targets. Mm-hmm. You have to trust people to figure it out for themselves. And I think a lot of organizations find giving people the freedom they need to be creative too challenging. They're too afraid of the risk. They're too afraid of losing control. And the consequence is they talk a lot about creativity, but they don't foster it.
Because I think you kind of want to engender one mindset in everyone within the business, right? Like
but
if everyone thinks the same way, then surely we'll be successful.
If everybody thinks the same way, you only need one of them.
Right, exactly.
Right?
There's just
so
one person.
If everybody thinks the same, what is the point of having a team?
Of course. Fantastic. So, lastly, 2020, start of a new decade, exciting stuff. For those of us who aren't lucky enough to be here today to watch you speak, what would be your number one tip, maybe, if you could think of just one, to start getting that creativity going in their organizations, to change that mindset? What would be your tip to those people watching?
Think about all the rules and regs and bureaucracy that inhibit creativity. I mean, the least you can do to begin with is take the roadblocks out of the system, out of people's minds, and see what happens.
Wonderful. Margaret, thank you so much for joining us at HRD Live. It's been fantastic. And stay tuned, guys. We'll have more coming very soon. 20, where I'm now joined by Bernard Marr, fresh off the keynote stage. How was it up there, Bernard?
No, I loved it. Great auditorium. Felt like a really good event.
Fantastic, very good. So for those of us who aren't lucky enough to be in there today, what were you sharing with the audiences at the summit?
So I was talking about technology and how technology is now reshaping organizations and how organizations need to rethink the role of the human being in the job role, because we now have artificial intelligence, we have increasingly powerful machines that can now do things that only people could do in the past. They can now read and write and speak and understand and even be creative and read our emotions and all of this seriously questions what is the role of people in the future. So you have one view, say, okay, we'll all be out of jobs and machines can do everything now, or hopefully slightly more positive and optimistic. There is a real role for all of us to play. We just have to reimagine our workplaces to find those roles for us.
Fantastic. So for business leaders, HR leaders watching this who are maybe concerned about that balance, how do you find that right tech-human balance, do you think? How do you establish that?
Yeah, so for me it's really important that you look at your business strategically. So when I work with organizations, okay, what is this business actually all about? What's the customer value propositions, or what do you deliver to your customers?
Right.
And where can you then use machines and AI, and what's the role of people? And instead of looking at jobs holistically, so it's quite often, I was giving this example of a radiologist, for example.
Okay.
So this used to be an extremely well-paid position, still is in the NHS, where people would interpret scans to maybe, if you interpret a breast scan, you would try to find are there cancerous cells in there or not.
Right.
This is now something AI can do. So modern scanners come with this ability to do this scan completely autonomously, identify any potential early stage cancer cells. So you think, what's the role of a radiologist in the future?
Right.
So at the same time, I think we have to be really honest with ourselves. Does this radiologist really want to spend 7 hours a day interpreting scans? Or if they had the choice, would they spend more time on on working with patients to come up with personalized treatment plans? Would they spend more time on doing research to further the field of radiology?
Of course.
My guess is they would want to do more patient contact and work with them and do more research. And hopefully this is the role of them in the future.
On the flip side of that, I mean, you look at something like recruitment, for example. AI can do things now in terms of recruiting people to business, mapping faces and things during interviews, telling if people are lying, whatever that might be. But during the process of a job interview, for example, a human element surely is so important in engaging with someone. Do you think there's a risk that we might lose the human touch in some aspects of business if we rely too much on things like AI and people analytics, even though they are so helpful?
Yeah, I think the verdict is still out there. One of the examples I gave in my keynote is Unilever that now uses AI in their recruitment. So, robots will scan your CV. You will then play a few online games, but then even the interview is done over a video link using your smartphone, and on the other side is a robot.
Okay.
So that will understand what you're saying, will interpret your facial expressions, will measure things like your confidence, your emotions, and so on. What is interesting is that so far, people have responded quite positively, because even candidates who've gone through this process now say that what they loved is that afterwards they got some really constructive feedback. So in the past, Unilever gets 1.8 million job applications. They haven't got time to write feedback to every individual. AIs can. So
I see.
It's interesting, but at the same time, I also have concerns that for particular jobs, this might not be the right thing to do.
Of course.
So we need to make sure that we train the AIs to look for what we really want.
Fantastic.
And instead of just looking at this is the degree they've had and this is the result they've had and this is the experience, actually we want to look at some of the soft skills, and AI is getting there in their ability to analyze and assess some of their skills.
Lastly, before we have to leave you, if you could give one tip to people watching who are worried about that relationship between tech and the human touch in their organization, an HR leader or a business leader, what would be your one tip for getting that balance right, do you think? If you can pick one. It's a tough question.
For me, what we need to do is we need to firstly understand the technology, and what I see in organizations is that the digital IQ, this understanding of where we are with technology at the moment, is going down rather than going up. So we need to actually engage HR leaders, business leaders need to understand what are some of the major tech trends and how disruptive are they going to be. And then my key advice is look at it strategically. Don't panic. I think there are real opportunities to make our jobs more human, to make our businesses more successful using all of this. There is a win-win. I think all the previous industrial revolutions have taught us that in the long run, our world has become a better place. I'm cautiously optimistic that this will happen as well again. So I think real opportunities, but approach this strategically with a real understanding of technology.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bernard, so much for joining us. Stay tuned on HRD Live very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live at the HRD Summit UK 2020, where I'm now joined by Tara Benton of Mighty. Tara, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. So for those of us who aren't lucky enough to see your session tomorrow on day 2 of the summit, what are you going to be sharing?
So I'm going to be talking about putting recruitment technology into practice.
Okay.
And why that's important is we live in a consumer world, where technology is probably the forefront of what we do. So from an HR perspective, how do we bring that world that we live in into our work world? So from a hiring perspective, because I look after recruitment, what keen to do is to make sure that we bring that sort of next generation technology into hiring, because we're one of the largest recruitment companies in the UK in terms of hiring 20,000 people a year. So we employ a lot of people. So,
Right.
Yeah,
So how do you get that balance right then when it comes to implementing tech into the recruitment process like that? Because it's so difficult to figure out, right?
Yeah, and I think what I'm going to be talking about is don't go for basic technology. Sometimes in organisations, especially if you're catching up with the industry, you tend to go for the average or the basic model. And actually what I'm saying is push boundaries, lead the way, future-proof your business, choose this technology that's that's sort of innovative. So for me, what I'll be talking about is what we've done, what we've created, the technology supplier that we chose, how we implemented it, and what to look out for, what trends. So some top tips as well.
Fantastic. I understand an important part of that for you is balancing the process side of that with the experiential side of it. How exactly does that work?
Yeah, so most people design a process.
Right.
And what I'm going to talk about is designing an experience.
Okay.
So we all need technology. Technology underpins a process, it underpins an experience. So we really wanted to create like the Amazon experience. So when you go onto Amazon website or any other fantastic site where technology is the enabler, I wanted to bring that into our HR function, into our hiring function, so people have that type of technology. So that's all about the user experience. So the manager experience, the recruiter experience, the candidate experience. So I'm talking about how you design from an experience perspective, then the process follows, and then the configuration of the system follows to enable it. So it's quite exciting stuff. And I describe it as you're flipping it on its head, really.
Okay.
So you're not designing a standard process. What you're saying is, what do you want people to experience?
Right.
And then what?
And coming at it from the other way around, what do you want to create for that experience?
Most people design the process, and then and see what the experience is. And then we say, well, I'm really sorry, we'll have to make that manual and that manual. We won't automate, we won't use AI because we designed the process and it doesn't fit. So this is a completely different perspective.
Fantastic. So one last thing, for those HR and business leaders watching at home right now who want to kickstart that kind of experiential focus, what would be maybe your top tip for them in terms of how they should approach that, how they should think about it?
So put your mind in the viewpoint of the users. So who are your users? Define your users. So in this case, for hiring, it's your managers, your candidates, your employees, and your recruitment team. So what is their experience, and design it end to end, and what do you want it to feel like? What do you want to achieve? Then overlay the business. So it fundamentally has to some way in line with your business strategy, but also has to achieve results. So it's great having a fantastic experience if it doesn't actually do the job. So we've got to make sure that it's going to sitting underneath that you can have an efficient process as well. So think of your audience, design it from their perspective, then look at how do I then design a process that fits that, and then select your technology provider that can deliver what you're looking for.
Fantastic. Tara, thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live. I'm looking forward to the talk tomorrow. Stay tuned for more interviews very soon. Panel podcast from just last year. John Ingham, Mark Bouch, and Kath Bailey. How are you all doing?
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
Great,
excellent.
Really good.
start.
We're all super famous now, of course, after the podcast because it was such a tremendous success. But anyway, to return to the summit, first of all, what are the ideas we're going to be sharing with everyone? Kath, first of all, you guys are in a panel discussion, is that right? What's going to be the subject of that?
So I think we're still going to be talking about transformation, change, and really what the disruptors are that impact sort of change in the organisation.
Fantastic. And it's the same for you, Mark? That's your real focus?
So what's coming through for me, and very much reinforcing some of what the two keynote speakers were talking about this morning, is there are a number of drivers and disruptors of change, but the impact is uncertainty, and that's, I think, really what we're needing to prepare people for, is an uncertain future. And one of the things that stuck with me from this morning was this idea that 50% of the roles that people are going to be doing over the next 10 years are not yet defined.
Right, so how on earth do you cope with that kind of uncertainty?
Well, I think that's some of the question that we're
That's
going
the
to
big
have to
question.
try and unravel
Yeah.
this afternoon.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Looking forward to the challenge.
Wonderful. And John, how about you? What are you bringing to the audiences today?
So I'm on my own, unfortunately, but we'll
on,
try
then.
to entertain people anyway. I agree. I thought this morning's keynote set us all up really nicely. So Bernard Marr was talking about artificial intelligence, and as that takes hold, basically it means anything that's important are the sort of relationships we have with each other. Margaret Heffernan was talking about social capital. So it's particularly that area I'm going to be focusing on. How do we create better relationships, better organisational groupings that enable people to work together, and particularly what is the leader's focus to be able to do that?
Fantastic. So aside from those individual sessions then, what are the real ideas that you really want to hear discussed here at the Summit, do you think, along those lines? What do you want to hear people talking about?
So I think for me, we talk a lot about digital and digital transformations, but how do you really make that happen? Because it's not just about kind of defining the capabilities, but how do you really drive change through organisations? I think about my kids; they are digital natives. They don't even think about it. You are, but actually,
It's true.
there needs to be training, retraining and upskilling. I think to really make that work.
Fantastic. Okay. How about you?
I think it's about organisational culture, and I think the dynamic that particularly interests me, you'd probably expect me to say, let's all talk about the leadership, but actually it's this business about letting go of things that perhaps today are complicated, perhaps routine management tasks. They're clearly not going to have a role at some point in our future, so we've got to see change to make culturally in organisations about how do we create meaningful roles for people that focus on their human value. The points that came up this morning around, about creativity, about their human conscience, about empathy. This implies some pretty big cultural shifts in organisations, I think, and I'd love to hear more about that and how people are thinking of preparing organisations.
Fascinating. And what about you, John? What are the big ideas that you're waiting to hear?
Well, I was just thinking Mark should be coming to my session, really, but
If I get scared, I'll run over.
well, just in terms of so what I was just saying that what matters these days is that sort of social connection, which is behind culture. So I try not to be too prescriptive about sort of what I'm looking for. What will happen will happen. So this morning, my best conversation so far was probably with Peter Riley, who used to be at the Institute for Employment Studies, and we were talking about modern philosophy.
Wow. Okay.
And what philosophers sort of know and how that relates to artificial intelligence.
Descartes to,
which was a brilliant conversation.
Wow.
But I wouldn't have come here saying, right, I'm going to look for something on philosophy.
Of course.
So some of the sessions I'll go to because either I know the person or the topic's very close to what I focus on. A lot of the sessions will be things I know nothing, or I don't know, just I haven't been to room 7 before, so let's see what's happening in there. Because you never know, and there's I think any session you go to, there's always something to take away, and sometimes it's the things that you're not expecting which are the most powerful.
That's such a good point. I think that links to what you were saying as well about talking about bringing modern philosophy into it. It's the unexpected, right? It's things we're not used to. So if it's creativity or empathy, whatever that might be, it's being open to so we've never done that or even approached it. It might be a total shift in our cultural mindset. But that's what we should be thinking about, and that's the point of bringing everyone together, I suppose. Lastly then, I'd like to do a full reprise of the podcast, but sadly we have other interviews to do. But so for those of our audience who can't be here to enjoy your sessions, what would be one key takeaway that you'd like to share with them from your session? What's one key thought you'd like to leave with them?
Well, it's this build actually on what Margaret talked about this morning. So the idea of how do you unleash creativity in organisations to solve business problems. And one of the things that certainly I'm a big believer in is kind of bringing together power teams, short sprints, but I like the idea of kind of presenting the business problems and then people signing up to, actually I'm really passionate about that and I want to join that team.
Fantastic.
So I think just a different way of thinking about it.
Wonderful, Mark.
Well, my theme actually, I think, builds on yours, or at least sort of complements it, is this idea of strategic agility that, without a doubt, organisations, either in whole or in part, are going to need to be able to react very quickly, whilst at the same time reacting to much longer term trends, as well as those sort of more immediate day-to-day sort of threats. And that implies a big role, I think, for the way that people adapt to change and can personally change direction and organisations change direction. Huge demands, I think, on the HR community, learning and development professionals and leaders throughout the organisation. So that's where that's where I want to go.
Wonderful. And John?
So I completely, I mean, agility is like digital, one of the key things I think that's going to colour much of what we hear and talk about these 2 days. And power teams are obviously part of that, and I remember being really compelled by that idea when we spoke last time as well. I think the more that we get people focusing on doing work more quickly and more smartly, the more we need a parallel component of organisations which is more about humanity and relatedness as well. Because even though Agile is supposedly about people rather than process, you know, it's still about work,
The organisation.
and the amount of work and the velocity and so on. So I think it's really important that we can still get people together around things they're passionate about and have them talk about those elements as well. So I'd encourage people to think about their organisations. And Margaret Heffernan talked about the teams and the networks, and they're increasingly essential as well. But let's think about community. You know, it's an important aspect of organisation too.
We need to make time for that.
We do,
In
totally.
a busy world, I think that's the key, isn't it? We can't just take it for granted it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right, fantastic. Thank you so much to all three of you for joining me again. It's great to see you all again.
to see you.
I really hope I can join those sessions because they sound fantastic. Stay tuned, everyone, for more from HRD Live very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by the magnificent Pedro Aguilar. How are you doing, Pedro?
Yeah, very good, Michael. Very well. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So, first things first then, what will you be sharing with audiences today who aren't lucky enough to be? So it's a collaborative session you're running, right? What's the idea behind it?
That's right. So the purpose of the session is to show people through a case study the power of purpose and culture in driving innovation and creativity in a business, in a large business. I work for a bank, an Irish bank. We have over 10,000 people. And let's be honest, big organizations, they tend to get a bit bureaucratic. They tend to get a bit silo.
Right.
And today really is just about sharing with the audience the work that we have done around purpose, both corporate and personal, the work that we have done around culture, and what have been some of the initial results that we have found as to how those things are helping us drive innovative solutions for our customers, as well as innovative ways of delivering HR services.
Fantastic. So, about these results you talk about then, obviously we don't want to spoil too much of your session,
okay.
but when we talk about trying to address purpose in this way and create those results, how does that operate? Like, what have you seen so far?
So what we have seen is a number of things. We have seen how our bank now is moving to sustainability. We have put out to market saying that a commitment to loan over 6 billion on green funding.
Oh, wow.
We have had a group of senior leaders developing what we call a sustainable farm that potentially will be run by the bank in a way of bringing customers in, showing how you can run a farm in a more sustainable way.
Wow.
We have done a lot of digitalization of our processes. We have done, if you look at our graduate experience, we have gone from a real, I would say, before Jesus Christ was born experience to to a real digital app and a web-enabled learning platform. So I suppose the key message for me is that culture is tough.
Yeah.
Culture is about everything that you do. There is no silver bullet. And what you will do is you won't experience a big woohoo, but you will see little pockets of things that start to permeate, that start to show, and you say, yeah, okay, I can see there, I see it there. And what I'll be hoping is that after 3 to 5 years, it just becomes part of the way we do things.
Right, fantastic. So, look at this collab session you've got there. What's the benefit of trying to talk about these things in a collaborative way in that way? What's that experience like, and why do you think it's so important for business leaders to go through that experience?
So I think it's a fabulous question. We all know that when somebody is lecturing down to you or talking to you, case study kind of approach, that's about 10% of your learning. The other part of the learning is the social learning, and that's what we are trying to create. We're trying to create a real social learning experience where people reflect on what I have told them about our business case, the things that we are doing, and then reflect as to what are the learnings, how can I bring them back to my business, what can we share with each other that we have done, that we have tried, that has worked, that hasn't worked. As a HR professional, to be honest with you, it's that kind of social learning that I struggle to get opportunities to have those experiences.
Right.
There are not enough networks out there where people openly share these experiences, share failure as well as good things.
Of course.
And to create a social learning environment, that's what we are at. So that what I'll be hoping is that everybody walks away with 1 or 2 key nuggets that they can bring back to their business, put into practice, and hopefully help them to become a more innovative and I suppose more innovative organization.
Fantastic. One last thing before we leave you. But so for those people who can't join the session today, what would be one key takeaway, one key tip, one top tip for those people who want to create that kind of social learning experience you talk about, but maybe they want to do it in their own organizations? They can't come to the collab today, but they want to get. I know it's a big question.
It's a good question. So let me tell you what happened to me. I used to work for a large consulting organization that had over 3,000 people in a big building. In order to maximize the space, what do? You remove the coffee areas. And if you're looking just to put more bodies into a floor, that's exactly what you do.
Sure.
What we learned is that by removing those spaces, people didn't have this kind of what we call the water cooler moments, where you talk about, hey, what client are you working with? How is it going? What are you struggling with? Hey, I saw you working overnight all of these nights. What's going on? And
Right.
Because you lost that space. All of that informal networking, sharing, it wasn't taking place anymore. So we found ourselves re-bringing those spaces in order for people to have those social learning experiences in a very informal way.
Right.
So that's one thing, is look at your environment, look at your office space. How do you create a space for people to have these chats, to share this learning? If you're a HR professional, what I would say to you is find like-minded people, passionate about topics that you are passionate about, create a safe space, and just have these conversations. That's the real beauty.
Fantastic. Pedro, we're going to be joining you again later on for a bit more of a chat. But for now,
Great.
thank you so much.
Michael,
for joining
thank
us.
you. A
Looking
pleasure.
forward to the session. Stay tuned, everyone, to HRD Live.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Emma Codd of Deloitte. Emma, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Just had a very good session with a very full room.
I understand there was a queue outside for the session. It was that packed,
yes,
right?
it was. I was expecting it to be, 5 or 10 people, and we were actually late starting because there were so many people trying to get into the session, trying to find spare seats. So yes, it was great.
Had to materialise seats somehow. That's fantastic.
Fantastic.
But so for those of us from our community who aren't lucky enough to be here to enjoy the session, what were you sharing with the room?
I was talking about Deloitte's journey. That it's been on really since 2014 towards achieving gender balance within our organisation, and I was talking about the actions that we took really between 2014 and 2019 to basically try and ensure that we reach a gender balanced, gender balanced shape of our organisation. So big focus on culture, the culture change we brought about, and inclusive leadership, and then some of the interventions that we brought in around our career life cycle to ensure that all our people are able to thrive, and that they are, all of them can see us as being the place they want to be forever in their career.
So I understand there's no quick fix to gender diversity and sorting that out in an organisation, but where do you think the best starting point is? Is it leadership? Is it culture? Is there some kind of collection of things that needs to be achieved here?
I truly believe that, well, first of all, you have to understand your organisation, and you have to understand where your challenges are, because every business will be different. So you have to understand your data and make sure that you have good data, and if you don't have good data, then make do with what you've got. It will give you a flavour, and then listen to your people, actually ask your people how they feel. I think the thing that is most critical, there are two things that are most critical, in fact. The first one is an inclusive culture, because frankly you will not achieve diversity without that. What does that mean? Well, that means everyday behaviours are always respectful and always inclusive, and that when an individual is walking into the building every day, they feel engaged, and and they know that this is the place that they want to be. The second thing that's really critical is leadership support, CEO support. You can't ensure that you have the right culture unless the leadership of the organisation are absolutely bought into that, and unless they walk the talk. So those are the two critical things, and then there are a load of other things that you need to do alongside that.
So lastly then, if you could maybe give one top tip for just getting started for an HR leader who really wants to change the way that gender is perceived or exists in their organisation, but hasn't the faintest idea of where to start, what maybe that one top tip be?
Get your CEO engaged.
Right.
That will ensure that you can then fully understand where your challenges are, and it will ensure that you have the support to do what you need to do. That's the critical first step. And then there's a long list of other things they need to do, but that would be my first step.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Emma, for joining us in HRD Live. Stay tuned, everyone, for more very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Paul Smith of Outdoor and Cycle Concepts. Paul, how are you doing?
Hi, very good, thank you. How are you?
All right, yeah. Not too bad. So, for those people in our community who can't be here today, what have you been sharing with audiences, or what are you going to share?
Yeah, so I did a presentation this morning, and the topic I was looking at was the synergy between the employee experience and the customer experience, and how important it is from an organizational point of view to be aware of that and to hardwire that into both your people strategy and your culture strategy.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, making that connection seems like it's logical, but it must be a huge challenge for a lot of businesses, right? So, I mean, in that session, I assume you went over some of this, but how do you start to bridge that gap? What's the first thing you should really be thinking about?
Yeah, so it's very behavioral focused, so the kind of culture that you create in the organization, and making sure that you've got that connectivity between, so we're a retailer, we sell premium brand outdoor products, skis, bikes, footwear, tents, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So for us, it's about making the connection between the customer passion for the outdoors and our passion as a business to help our customers enjoy the outdoors.
Right.
So it's creating that connectivity between the customer interest and the business interest.
That's fascinating. So, how does that translate to the office environment?
Yeah.
How do you start thinking about,
That's a good
okay,
question.
skis and so on and tents?
Yeah.
And then, okay, this is how we think as a business, this is how we operate, this is how we engage with our employees.
Yeah, so it is back to what I said earlier. It's this hard wiring of that whole ethos into the organization. So just to give you an example, we bought the Snow and Rock Group. So we're 4 businesses. We're Cotswold Outdoors, Cycle Surgery, Runner's Need, and Snow and Rock.
Runner's Need, great show.
So yeah, so not many people have heard of Outdoor and Cycle Concepts, but they've heard of the brands, which is great. And when we bought Snow and Rock, their head office was in Guildford, and we closed that and we relocated into the Cotswolds. And when we did that, we created what we called the new chapter. So a new chapter in the journey of the business.
Right.
And so to give you an example of how we hardwire that cultural ethos into the business, we did an engagement campaign around what do people want to call the head office, the new head office. So for example, our head office is now called Base Camp. So we refer to it as Base Camp.
Right,
and we've got lots of examples like that where we use our values and the language that sits behind the values, and we bring that to life in the business.
Wow, that's fascinating. So, I mean, I could talk about this for quite a while, but I think if you could give one tip maybe to a business leader, an HR leader who's watching this and thinks, I want to make that change, I want to make that connection, perhaps a retailer, perhaps not even.
Absolutely.
What would be, you think, your top tip maybe to get them
it's
started?
a great question, and I got asked that question actually in the session. So that's
you're prepared,
handy. Well, only in the sense that for us, looking from the outside in, you could say, well, doing that's quite easy because we've got a really, tangible, exciting brand, and you can connect that to the people who work for you.
Right.
But what I would say, the answer to that question would be, you need to be really clear in terms of what your organizational purpose is. So your people don't need to be customers of your products. They don't need to share the passion, if you like, for that product.
Right.
It's about them having an understanding of what's the purpose of that organization so that they can connect to that. It gives them purpose as employees, and that will help drive engagement, it'll help drive motivation, and ultimately output and success of the business from a commercial point of view.
It's fascinating stuff. Sadly, Paul, we can't talk about this for ages.
Yeah, no worries.
But thank you so
Pleasure.
much for joining us in HRD
Yeah,
Live. I really
pleasure.
appreciate it. Stay tuned for more very soon.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by Cheryl Allen, HR Director at Atos. Cheryl, how are you doing?
Yeah, great, thank you.
Wonderful. So for those people in our community who can't be here to enjoy your session, what have you been sharing with audiences today this evening?
So my session was around predicting and preempting skills of the future. So the lens that I took on that was to share our journey at Atos. We have a programme which started as a reskill programme called Future Fit. So I've shared our journey of how we've transitioned and skilled our people for the future.
Fantastic. It's such a contentious subject as well, like what skills are required, where should we be focusing? In your opinion then, I suppose this might be something you covered in your session, what are the skills that HR leaders and business leaders should be focusing on, and how do you prepare people for that?
Sure. So, look, we're a tech organisation, so lots of our future skills are around new and emerging technologies. What I would say is we have really focused on skilling our own people. So we have people in our organisation that have great skills, that have skills that can be leveraged, and it's absolutely the right thing to bridge that gap from the old skills to the kind of future and new skills. And our programme is really invested in our people, in taking them on that journey to the new skills. It might be new technologies, but what I would say is what we look for is some of those softer and transferable skills, and then we educate and teach them those new technologies.
Right. Do you find, I mean, it might be different with a tech organisation, but generational difficulties in trying to skill different groups of people, is this something that you've faced? And if you were to face it, how do you think would be the best way of approaching it?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that one size doesn't fit all. You're absolutely right. We have 5 generations of people in the workplace. People learn differently. People have different views on jobs for life and careers. So kind of segmentation is really, really important. We have very varied learning paths and learning journeys which we accommodate to fit all, really. So some of it's classroom based, some of it's e-learning, some of it's face-to-face, some of it's shadowing and peers, and we hope by having that very varied path that we can cater and target all of those different generations.
Fantastic. Lastly, if there was maybe one tip you could give to an HR leader who wants to start thinking about skills in this way and wants to change the organisation that way but hasn't the faintest idea of where to start, what would that one tip be? It's kind of a tough question.
Oh, it's how to do one tip. What I would say is start small and look at what the transferable skills are. And then you can start to teach some of those other skills around it. So identifying those transferable skills and just start small and get going.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for joining us in HRD Live. Stay tuned, everyone, for more interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Dr. Sean Davis of the Royal Mail Group. Sean, how are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Really good. Very
Fantastic. Good. So you've just come off stage, right, doing your presentation, your session here today. What are you sharing with audiences at the summit?
So I've been sharing with them my research into financial well-being and the relationship between financial well-being, physical well-being and mental health, which is really pertinent with today being Time to Talk Day.
That's fascinating. So financial well-being, I think, is one that doesn't actually get discussed enough. I think there's been a huge amount of focus now more on mental well-being, which is fantastic. But financial well-being is an interesting one. In your research then, what's this connection that you've discovered and how does it work?
So financial well-being is an emerging area. So if you think about physical health, people have often, for the last 10, 20 years, understood the benefits of physical health. Mental health in the last kind of 5 or 6 years, and supported by celebrity, the young royals, has come up in profile. Financial well-being, financial health is still really in its infancy. But if you think about the model I like to use is a pyramid within a circle, the pyramid being physical health, mental health and financial health, and the circle that's in is the context of you at work or at home or you as your own person. And I think that's based on my doctorate, my research, and the relationship that financial health has on both your physical health, things such as the quality of food that you can have, the place you can live, and the relationship with mental health and the kind of interdependency of the three sides.
How interesting. I think financial well-being is an interesting one as well, because there's always this sort of slightly gauche aspect to it, especially here in the UK. We don't really like talking about things like money, right? In the workplace then, how do we address that? How do we help people to start thinking about their financial well-being, including leaders in business?
So within Royal Mail, we've done a lot of work on financial education. We've worked with a number of partners to try and remove the stigma. Lots of the things that we've done in the mental health space are transferable to financial health. So we've talked about role models telling their stories and dispelling the myths that financial ill health is only at a working class level. A number of people, all of us can be affected. You can, relationship breakdown, loss of job, overcommitted financially. So it's about using it as a normalising and as a standardising aspect and getting people to share their own stories.
And financial well-being, then you talked about ill health there financially. How exactly do you define that? Because I suppose you could say it's, you might say I don't have much money, but I suppose it might be also how much you're spending, how you feel about money or whatever, how much you
So that's a great question. In my session I actually say it's a very personal thing. So how you feel about money and your relationship with money and financial health is very personal. It will depend on a number of factors, cultural factors, individual factors, financial commitment, debt, money management. So it's not an easy thing to define, but it's about how it makes you feel and how you would define your own financial health.
Right. Lastly, Sean, if business leaders, HR leaders watching this want to kickstart that conversation, they want to start making that change around financial well-being in an organisation, but they haven't the faintest idea of where to start, what would be your tip for how to kickstart that?
Ask people. In exactly the same way that we did with mental health, say to people, what would you like to know? What would help you to be able to manage it? Reframe the conversation, remove it away from embarrassment into a collective responsibility. So you could say, if I was launching it from scratch, I would say, I want to do a financial wellbeing program and I want you to help me help it land.
Fantastic. Sean, thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live. Stay tuned, everyone, for more very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where now I'm going to have a song written for me by the incredible Song Division.
Right.
Guys, how are we all doing?
We didn't say a good song.
An incredible song by
song.
Song Division.
No pressure. Yeah,
A song. Okay.
we are very well. We're happy to be back.
Wonderful.
Fourth HRD for us.
Fourth in a row.
Fourth in a row.
This is potentially the best one because the song is going to be about me.
It's all about you.
So this is what Song Division do best. We give you prompts, some answers to questions, and then based on that you put together an incredible song.
Exactly.
Based
A
on
song.
personal
A
questions.
song. We call it an insta-hit. A hit.
An
It's gonna be a
insta-hit.
Yeah.
An insta-hit. Okay, so let's get, what questions have we
Okay.
got? What am I
so
answering?
we want to know, where were you born?
Okay, I was born in Stafford, which
Stafford.
is in the Midlands in England.
Okay, and where are you based now?
I live in Southfields, which is near Wimbledon. For those who aren't based in the UK, Wimbledon is where the tennis happens. Southfields is actually where the matches take place.
Oh,
That's
really?
where I live. Not on the court, but
Okay.
around
you go?
thereabouts.
Do you get to many Wimbledons?
I've only lived there for about 3 months.
Okay.
So no.
Okay.
But, I'm very, very excited to.
Sure.
Yeah, I know nothing about tennis, but I think
Okay.
I'll learn quickly. I'll
You'll
pick
learn.
it up.
You'll learn. And your favourite city in the world?
Favorite city? Ooh, it's a tough one. Let's go with Hanoi. in Vietnam.
Hanoi?
Yeah, I
That's
love
a
it.
good answer.
Absolutely
Yeah,
love it.
Vietnam's
Yes, it's an
beautiful.
incredible place. The food,
Yep.
the buildings. Oh my goodness, I love it. I love
Awesome. What do you love about your job?
it. Oh my goodness, I love interviewing people. It's actually the best thing. Interacting with
Yeah,
people.
interacting.
And so I'd say that's probably the main thing. But also having songs written about you as part of your work is probably
Yeah.
that's why I do this. That's what's
This is the
important.
main reason.
That's the main reason I do this.
Excellent. What do you do when you're not working for fun?
I play guitar.
Really?
Yes, I do. Not now.
No, I've got another
chance.
guitar.
Play guitar and read a lot of books.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Always learning. I like it. What is something you've never done you would love to do? A bucket list item.
Oh my goodness. What was something I've never done that I would love to do? I know it's really corny, but I would genuinely love to skydive.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about it the other day because a friend of mine just did it, and it's such a boring bucket list answer, but I think
It's if you haven't done it, I highly
Yeah,
recommend
it
it.
looks
It was one of the
amazing.
most amazing things I've
yeah.
ever done.
So I'd actually really like to do that.
Skydive. Give us a fun fact that no one in this room would know about you. A secret little skill that you have, or
goodness.
you used to be a champion ballet dancer. I don't know.
I was once asked actually to voice a cartoon bear in China. That's very true.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's completely true.
I love it.
I am not doing the voice now.
I love
but yeah,
it.
it's-
Go
it's
on.
good. Not a chance. I want to keep my job.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's true.
Okay, what have been give me 2 or 3 main themes and recurring messages that have come out of your interviews today at HRD?
Okay. I think first of all, creativity. is a big
Creativity.
one. I mean, so many interviews I've had so far in the session have been all about like really tapping into people's creativity
Yeah.
and how you do that.
Yeah.
That's been one thing that's come up quite a few times that I love. The balance between technology, the robots, and
Yep.
the human side of
Yeah.
things is another big one, which, I mean, it's so important right now, of course,
Yeah.
but also, like, I have no idea how to figure that out, so it's
Yeah.
a really interesting one to discuss. And also, I think, trust is another one that's come up
Trust.
quite a lot, because a lot of these issues around creativity and around finding those right balances is around putting trust in your employees,
Yeah.
trusting them to do the right thing. And so that's another thing which I think is going to be a bigger and bigger topic we're going to see throughout the rest of the 2 days.
Excellent. Oh, good answers. Finally, just some fun ones. Favourite food?
Pesto, I guess.
Pesto.
Pesto.
So
Pesto.
lame.
That rhymes with he's the besto.
Hey, presto.
Hey presto.
He is the best.
And favourite sport?
Oh, I'm not really a sports
You're not
guy.
into sport? Okay.
No.
Favourite? Okay. Give us a letter between A and G. A, B, C, D, E, F, or G.
D.
D. That'll be the key of the song. And your favourite genre, favourite band, first gig,
Favorite band
favourite style for this song.
Favorite band is Radiohead.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do a bit of like the Bends maybe.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh, this
So
is the
these
best
guys
thing
are
ever.
gonna-
I love this.
Do you want to sit here or do you want to sneak off while we have a
we can
chat?
sneak off
All
while
right,
you
they're
guys
going to
have a
sneak
little
off.
Sneak off. You write a song.
You got 3 minutes and
3
counting.
minutes.
Yeah, some kind. Let's do this. So Sam, tell me a little bit more about Song Division. Then, what are you doing here today?
So Song Division, in a nutshell, is 16 years old, and we've spent the last 16 years helping organisations enrich their culture, engage their employees, empower them, give them a voice, communicate their core values, whatever the challenges the organisation's facing. We believe that music can be used in one way or another to help address those challenges.
That's
So
fascinating.
it could be, I'm doing a keynote tomorrow, and I've done it over the years on creating a culture of innovation, which is funny. You mentioned two of the main key takeaways of that are about letting people be creative and letting their creativity flow, and also trust.
Right.
Because you can have all these skills around creativity, communication, collaboration, but if your employees don't trust you, then none of it matters anyway.
Right.
So that's something we do. A lot of incentives, reward and recognition programs. We're about to launch a subscription service where organisations can bring us in and for a monthly fee, have us creating bespoke songs for them for their employees, and to help communicate. Training videos, using music as a powerful communication tool.
What is it about music, do you think, then, in this way that helps to communicate that message? Why is it so unique in that way? Why not through the power of dance or through interpretive theatre or something like that?
I think all of those modes of delivery actually work. The beauty of music is it's so linked with memory. So, for example, in one of the sessions I talk about, I couldn't tell you. Gosh, I couldn't tell you what I did last weekend, but I could. I don't know about you, but I could sing word for word the words of Nelly and Kelly, because it was the first girlfriend I had. It was our song. Right. I met this chick and she just moved right up the butt. So I'll never forget that song. And every time I hear that song, and it's a great song. Yeah. So we can go to a conference and they are being given generally 3 or 4 key themes and messages, and if we write a song about it, guaranteed a year later I'll have people come up to me and say, I saw you at that session, and they'll sing me the chorus of the song they wrote, whereas they would probably not remember those key takeaways otherwise.
Exactly, right.
So, and there's a lot of science behind it too, which is fun. Around neuroscience, the chemicals that are released when we sing and when we write music, and the way we form bonds with people and break down cultural barriers. So there's so much information out there. At the end of the day, everyone reacts in a different way to music, and mostly it's a positive thing.
What have been, you must have had so many really fascinating experiences working with different companies doing this, different kinds of businesses and translating their culture into a message. What's been maybe one of your favourite experiences, and what's the value you get from that? How does it feel?
Look, we do all the big Fortune 500s, and we've done ones where we've got 1,500 Virgin staff to write a song and we perform it for Richard Branson, and he was crowd surfing, and that was really cool.
Richard Branson crowd surfing.
He crowd surfed, and he gave me a big kiss on the cheek. If you find me on LinkedIn, it's my profile pic.
I've seen it. It is very good.
So that's all really cool, but actually we do a lot of charity, not-for-profit work, and that stuff's awesome. So. For example, we did a job in Wales a couple of months ago for IVCC, who are a not-for-profit eradicating malaria in Africa. And that was an amazing song about how they believe the world's going to be malaria-free by 2040. We do a lot of work with Teenage Cancer Trust. So twice a year we take a bunch of kids who have survived or still have cancer, and we write songs with them to tell their story.
Wow.
We do one in Australia with kids with cerebral palsy. So the not-for-profit, the ones with kids, the ones where I really feel like we're making a difference, like that stuff literally gives me goosebumps talking about it.
Wow. And then so it must be quite a different experience working with something so serious as that and so important, but then maybe something slightly more, with a bit more levity to it, a bit more light-hearted. Is your approach different anyway, or is it everything, it's all about how you discover the way to communicate that message?
Exactly right. The process is exactly the same with kids through to corporate through to not-for-profits. It's the exact same process, and although sometimes it might be a fluffy, more light-hearted objective or agenda, we find that people get so engaged and empowered by the fact that we're giving them a voice to, literally to communicate their opinion about what's working in the organisation, what's not working. If we were changing the lyrics to a famous song, it wouldn't work. It would be a bit embarrassing and a bit naff.
Right.
But by the time we've got the volunteer guitars from the audience, they vote on the style of the song, they write all the lyrics. Our guys, Rue and Charles, they make it sound good, but by the end, no matter what the topic is, people are dead serious. If we said we're not going to perform it, there would be anger. It's incredible. People get a little bit like, this is the best song we've ever written. It might be, because it might be the first song they've ever written. So maybe it is. But no, the key is people like Rue and Charles who play with all the big stars. Speak of the devil, are you done?
Well, we are done. However, my writing is terrible.
Okay.
So you're singing along.
Okay. What's the chorus?
I mean,
come and take a seat.
Come and take a seat, guys. Let's get this going.
It's time to premiere our.
It's kind of just like an A-B sort of thing. So we just move the melody up for the.
Okay.
So songwriting in action.
Where would you like me to join in?
Wherever you feel like it. Wherever you can read, basically.
Okay.
Always hope to be your arms.
Okay.
So we kind of did it in the style.
The best thing ever.
The style of Radiohead, but
Style of Radiohead, the best.
we hope they won't be insulted by this when they see it.
Yeah, sorry,
which
Tom
obviously
York.
they will. Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. Here is your song, Michael. You
Oh my
can
goodness.
come in if you
I'll
fancy
come
it.
in here.
All right. Michael is my new best friend, all the way from Stafford End. He currently lives in Southfield City, but thinks Hanoi is much more pretty. Always hopes to be a rock star, jamming out on his guitar. Now he says he likes to read, and pesto is his only need. He wants to skydive through the air, or else he'll be a cartoon bear. He says HRD is all about trust, and new technology a must. So give it up for my new mate, cause we think Michael's pretty great. We made a promise to endeavor to make his song the best song ever.
Come on, Song Division, that was fantastic. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, guys.
There you
for that.
go.
That was
Thank you for having us.
legitimately the best song of all
And
time, I
there's a
think.
terrible
Sign it.
written
You can sign it
lyric.
for us.
Keep it.
No, thank you for
so
having
much.
us. On a
Pleasure.
serious
Guys.
note, HRD and Contentive have been huge supporters of Song Division for 4 years. 4th time in UK, we've done 2 in Amsterdam, we were in Boston last year. They're so open to having us and that trust, because we are a bit different, so but they're always up for it, and we love this relationship, so thank you so much.
Fantastic. And here's the proof. Thank you so much, guys. Stay tuned for more very soon on HRD Live.
Best song ever.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by Trudy Adcock of AstraZeneca. Trudy, how are you doing?
Hi, really good, thank you. Very
Fantastic.
good.
You've just come fresh off stage, right, from
Yes,
your session.
I have.
How was it?
Brilliant. Really great to see the engagement and conversation with what I was talking about. I have a slightly different approach to my philosophy behind learning, which is perhaps less traditional. So it was really just great to get some warm, positive feedback and real interest around my hypothesis, I guess.
Yeah. So what were you sharing with the audiences then? What was it about for people who aren't lucky enough to be here in person?
Yeah. So my main hypothesis around how you build a capability in an organisation that's experiencing rapid growth is that you have to pay as much, if not more, attention to the approach of the learning as you do with the content.
Right.
So taking things right the way back to design thinking and design thinking principles, and as well thinking about how you engage people and how you're going to engage people with the learning. And I think the real game-changing element there is the notion of keeping things simple, working on things that people can habitually do that are not too different from their day job, so that it feels relevant to the world that they're in and the challenges they're experiencing, and how they can access the learning almost as a byproduct of just doing their day-to-day job, but you're tagging on the learning through habits, through nudges, through behavioural science.
That's fascinating, and it's so true as well. Instead of learning being this separate thing which you kind of, there's that idea that you have to commit so much time to it, and kind of it's a separate thing. Okay, I've got to do the learning stuff now. Yeah. But how do you then make that part of your day to day? How do you make it part of what you want to do?
It's really interesting, and it's not easy because I guess we've traditionally been brought up in a world where you go on a program and it's very episodic, and you kind of go on a program to be a great leader, and 4 days program you get your certificate, and guess what? You're perhaps not the great leader yet, but intellectually you get the content, but how can you apply it to the day job? So my whole philosophy behind it is that you have to tap into where someone is right now, the problems that they face, the challenges that they have either in their role, the business they're in, the teams that they lead, ask them questions around the legacy that they want to leave during this massive period of growth, and then kind of almost to flip the question around the other way and say, okay, so what maybe do you need to learn that's going to help you with those things that you've already identified for yourself, as opposed to me coming to you saying, you're about to take on this leadership role, here's the program and all the things that I think that you need to learn about.
Wow, okay. So, I mean, there's so much to unpack there, and sadly we don't have hours to discuss it. But if you could give to the people watching at home one tip, maybe, for an HR leader or a business leader who wants to get that started, who wants to make this change, but hasn't the faintest idea of where to get started, what would be that top tip to get that going in your brain?
Yeah, so it's really interesting that you mentioned the word time. So when I talked, I spoke about some of the data behind my approach, in that there is this perception of I don't have the time in my day job to spend on development. It's almost seen as a luxury, and if I need to do X, Y and Z in my job, that actually trumps the development time if I have a choice to make.
Right.
And so tackling this notion of time head on right up front in your design thinking is going to be the thing that gives you the most value and impact later on, and how you can position the learning as time working on your job as opposed to time perceiving to be out of your job doing learning. So how you can weave that in right at the beginning, I think, would be my best top tip.
Wonderful, it's a pretty good one. Thank you so much, Trudy, for joining us on HRD Live.
Problem.
I appreciate it. Stay tuned, everyone, for more very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by Dawn Moore. Dawn, how are you doing?
Hello, very well, thank you.
Fantastic. So I understand you've just come off stage from your session. How was it up there? How'd it go?
Fantastic atmosphere, and it was obviously a subject that people were really interested in, because I ended up with standing room only, so I was quite privileged with that. Yeah.
Materialising chairs out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
I can't say the same for me now, it's disappointing. But regardless, clearly it was a huge topic.
Yeah.
What were you talking about with
So I was talking about diversity and inclusion, and specifically some of the challenges around measuring it. And I spoke particularly from the point of view of my experience in the construction industry, which likes hard commercial data. And obviously that's a challenge when it comes to diversity and inclusion, because a lot of it's how people think and feel.
Right, that's fascinating. So how on earth do you approach that then? When you kind of, that's I think a real problem, I think a lot of the time with D&I especially, is that there's almost this idea of show me the figures here, show me why this is something I should be focusing on. How do you approach that?
One of the things I've suggested to people is that actually you need to look at the business challenges that your specific sector has and try and link something that, for example, commercial or operations people might see as intangible, like D&I, to one of those. A good example in construction is it's well known, and people talk about a sector skill shortage. So actually, that's a good link into, well, currently how are we recruiting people, and actually how do we broaden our recruitment so we appeal to more people?
Right.
And that's quite a specific way of saying that there's a business challenge, and actually D&I can really help you here, along with some broader thinking about how you work.
And there are so many different kinds of D&I to factor into that as well. Talking about skills shortages, obviously we talk about whether it be gender or ethnic diversity, but also just different ways of thinking, neurodiversity, different ways of approaching things as well. Is how can a business get started if they think like this looks so big? I have no idea where to begin with D&I. Where should they start? How do they know what to do?
Well, I think again it's a challenge for most businesses, including construction, to be more innovative. And again, you can even link D&I to innovation, because we asked our people, for example, how can we make this company more inclusive in a way that we haven't thought of? And you get some absolutely fantastic ideas when you ask those questions. The previous business I was in, we asked that question, and a lady came up with a fantastic idea about faith-appropriate personal protective equipment.
Right.
Yeah, and that not only made the industry appeal to more people, but that kind of went viral across the UK, nationally and internationally. So again, it's a great example of making something that appears intangible, very tangible in response to a business challenge.
That's fascinating. I wish we could talk about this for longer.
Me too.
There's so much to discuss. But as I said, for a lot of people watching it, HR leaders, business leaders, who maybe want to approach this kind of stuff, if they want to get this kind of change started, is it a mindset change? Is it a cultural change? What's the first jump off for them? Where should they think about starting? What would be your top tip, I suppose?
Yeah, I think, well, a big thing for my session was obviously around what types of data and measure do you use. And you will have what I called your hard data, particularly around D&I. How many people do you have? Ethnic makeup of those people, gender, all the stuff that we've already spoken about. But I think by far and away the best place to start is asking your people. what they see the problems are. And particularly when it comes to D&I, ask the people who are from the groups who are underrepresented in your business, because they'll be experiencing some of the challenges that you need to fix. So
Right.
again, a big message from my session with start by measuring, I guess, your cultural engagement and ask your people.
Right.
Sounds simple. I don't underestimate how hard it is to do it, but it generates again thought that sat in a boardroom you probably otherwise wouldn't get.
Fantastic, Dawn. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's been a
on
pleasure.
HRD
Thank you.
Live. Stay tuned, everyone, for more from HRD Live very soon.
So can you just tell me a bit about your experience from the keynotes this morning?
I think that Margaret was really impressive in her speech. I think that it's really positive. I have quite extensive experience of attending such events. I think that the most impressive thing was that it was positive. Because these days you have something like safety, psychological safety issues and these kind of things. I think she brought a very good point that psychological safety now is taking a new shape. That's really thoughtful and I think very good input for our job. HR, human resources.
And how relevant do you think that kind of subject matter is to the way the industry is changing?
I think it was extremely relevant. I think that the job needs a new concept, and then she brought a lot of input for that. On the second one, on Bernard, would you like?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's more traditional thing like disruption. I would say more in the bad sense of disruption. I think we need more positive things, how the technology might fit to the new concept, how the human beings as labor force can contribute in a new environment, rather than to bump with things like these are technologies that are going to replace, and you need to find your place. You are not you have no chance to stay, to keep status quo as it is and so forth. So I think that the point was to be a little bit more like relevant to the new concept, how we can get there, this kind of thing. So that's my personal opinion.
Okay, and do you agree with his point that technology and a human touch can be a collaboration rather than one phasing the other out?
Yes, I think so, but we are not yet there. I think with all AI things, we need first to make sure that the data that we are receiving, they are really reliable. We know how to process them, we know how to rely on them, and this is not yet the stage, to be honest.
Okay. And finally, is there anything in particular looking forward to between now and the end of the summit?
Oh yeah, I think that the technology in HR job is now very important point to consider, to integrate, and I think that we can find some solutions and some good for thoughts for that, and also particular solutions for very practical things.
Right, thank you. Okay, so you have Margaret doing the keynote this morning. How did you find that, and what did you take away from it?
Oh, I thought I was extremely inspired. Really great way to start the day. Very thought-provoking, really going sort of more at the edge of what we do in the day-to-day. So it really got me thinking about how I should engage with my colleagues in the leadership team. It's not really kind of, how that we can challenge ourselves as well. So
that's something you feel like you can take away and apply to your own?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think, it's not. I like the way she put together, sort of go beyond the data and just act on more vulnerability and change.
And then afterwards we had Bernard talking about the onset of technology within HR and how that's going to potentially collaborate with the human touch. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, very interesting to go from one edge to the other one. Data being such an important part of what we're doing nowadays, I thought what to me is really how do we rethink the roles that we have currently and how they will change, given everything that technology is going to bring. So we're still very much of a people sort of purpose-driven organization, and a lot of our things are manual, a lot of our processes, a lot of big call for systems, automation and so on. I think once we're doing all that investment, what's going to look like? So it's important to do that in parallel to that process of it.
So do you agree with the idea that technology and the human side of things can collaborate in the future?
Yes, absolutely. No, they're not going to run the world. Absolutely, the technology is not going to run the world. And I don't know if we will either. But yeah, if we're not there in it, kind of together.
And finally, just to finish off with, is there anything in particular you're looking forward to in the next 2 days for the summit?
Looking forward to connect to some HR colleagues in the field, learn a little bit more about some of the new services, solutions out there. Have some good coffee.
Right, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had 2 great keynotes this morning. Starting from Margaret. I understand you were in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me a little bit about what you took away from it.
Yeah, Margaret was she's very inspiring. Obviously, a very, very good speaker. Just kind of speaking, I suppose, all around kind of creativity and how to foster that. In that, it I suppose it is very complex, but I think it's more around giving people the freedom to go off and wander. I think were the words that she used, because that's when you find out what's going on. I think the main thing that I kind of took from that is that companies need to take that into consideration as well. They need to wander, they need to find out what's going on, how they can kind of connect with their employees and then basically foster them to be more creative. I suppose setting targets, setting deadlines on creativity doesn't seem to work, so need to kind of come up with a new method for fostering that.
Yeah, and she seems to place a lot of emphasis on human empathy and understanding and generally the human side of things as opposed to technological side. Do you think that's something that's quite topical right now? That's something that matches trends in the industry?
Absolutely, yeah. I think especially kind of speaking around kind of teamwork is kind of what she was mostly referring to there, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, just I suppose understanding the other person's side, not being kind of dominant but not being passive. That's where you get the most out of team situations, when everyone's voice is heard effectively, and having more women and more diversity. So I think that's definitely on trend at the moment.
And it's interesting because it segued quite nicely into Bernard Marr's talk, which was about the other side of the coin, really, which is about the onset of technology and how important that's going to be in the workplace. Do you have any particular thoughts on that side of the argument?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the kind of main thing I took away from Bernard's one is, AI is advancing and it does seem scary, but at the same time it's actually going to free up humans to do more, I suppose more of what they love as well. Flexibility was something that I thought was kind of common between both of those. Like I kind of said, Margaret's talking about flexibility for people to go off and be a little bit more creative. I think AI could also help in that. Let the robots kind of take over the work that they can do and can do really well, while kind of humans go off and foster that kind of creativity.
Okay, and would you agree with the idea that technology can be implemented but then can be used to collaborate with a human touch rather than it just phasing out that human touch all the time?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think it kind of needs to be. I know. Talking about robots can now smell and robots can now touch. It is kind of scary, but I think it will be more collaborative, like you say, as opposed to robots just taking over the world.
Yeah. And finally, why don't we finish off, Carl? If you could tell me what your thoughts are in terms of how important this kind of event is in the industry, in terms of bringing together practitioners, thought leaders and exhibitors to share ideas and information.
Yeah, hugely important. I think obviously Udemy for Business, we're a learning company. I'm learning a lot just from speaking to people here today, obviously from the speakers as well. I think one of the definite things I'm going to take home I can't remember the gentleman's name, the kind of MC of the event. His whole thought process around HR should be chief, what was the word he used for it? Sorry, I beg your pardon, I was going to check my notes from the talk this morning. Chief Non-Complacency Officer, sorry, I think that's kind of something that I definitely take away. Okay. Just trying to stay ahead of things, trying to keep up with trends, and everything's constantly changing, so it's kind of something that's more and more important. Moving on from the Stone Age into the Iron Age, it's not a lack of stones, as he said, it's just trying to keep up and kind of move on.
Yeah, and I guess just to finish off, is there anything in particular coming up over the next few days that you're particularly looking ahead to?
Yeah, I suppose there's actually an event starting in a couple of minutes. It's mostly around learning. Obviously, I'm kind of putting my focus around that, but looking forward to kind of catching up. I think it's more of an interactive session as well, so it'll be interesting to get some thoughts and opinions from the attendees there.
Right guys, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had two really engaging keynotes, which is kicked off with Margaret and Amy. You guys want to give me maybe a little bit of reaction on how you found it?
Yeah, so I thought Margaret was very inspirational as a speaker. Certainly made me think about some of the changes and the challenges. I thought Bernard was very interesting but very scary in terms of I just see robots ruling the world. But yeah, very good speakers.
I guess for me with Margaret, it was trying to get the balance of the scientific management stuff that you have to do in an organisation and that creative bit where you allow people to have some freedoms and how you find that balance. I thought that was really interesting, but she was very inspiring. I liked her stories. With Bernard, what I found interesting about his is he did actually paint a picture of we need to think differently about the jobs. So for me, the key take from that was look at a job, break it into tasks, and work out what you can do as a human and what should be done by technology. So that was the key take for me. But they were really, really good keynote speakers.
Okay. And I think what was interesting about having those two speeches back to back is that the two of them kind of represented the two sides of the coin in the argument, which is between the human touch and technology. Where do you find yourself on that sliding scale? Which side do you lean towards more?
I mean, I think for me, I think I'm probably quite in the middle of it because I'm quite a traditionalist in terms of the human element and getting human beings to do things and keeping us motivated as people, particularly in work but also out of work as well. But I think certainly through the work we've done, the automation and bringing in a more digital approach is certainly something we've been driving quite hard. So we can see the benefit of that, so that the individual is then, as a person, doing the more value-added people-to-people relationships.
Right.
Exactly.
So I guess what you mean is you do think that collaboration element is possible and it's able to thrive in the workplace.
We've driven automation hard in our HR function, and it's really reaped benefits because then, as Aileen said, the HR staff can then really add value rather than processing forms. What's really interesting is we're about to merge with another organisation and we're going to be doing a shared service with another organisation. And they're very different from us and don't have the technology, and they're scared of it as well. So learning lessons from this is going to be really helpful for us.
So you would say that broadly speaking, those keynotes, so you were able to take things away and you would apply your own work.
Absolutely,
very much.
Okay, and just moving away from that briefly and onto the summit as a whole, how important do you think it is to have this kind of event to bring global leaders together and share ideas and information?
Well, this is my 4th time here. So that
that
answers the question. It's very, very important. It's really, really well organised, actually.
Right, and just to finish off, is there anything in particular over the next few days on the schedule that you're greatly anticipating? Anything you're looking forward to in particular?
I think for me, just the continual experience of the diversity of the different topics that give you the ideas. There's a lot around sort of leadership and skills development for the future in that sort of modern world that I find quite interesting. So I know that that's the area I'm kind of looking at while I'm here over the next day.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hello, you're watching HRD Live. We'll be back in just a moment with more interviews and live updates from the event, but for now, stay tuned.
So can you just tell me a bit about your experience from the keynotes this morning?
I think that Margaret was really impressive in her speech. I think that it's really positive. I have quite extensive experience of attending such events. I think that the most impressive thing was that it was positive. Because these days you have something like safety, psychological safety issues and these kind of things. I think she brought a very good point that psychological safety now is taking a new shape. That's really thoughtful and I think very good input for our job. HR, human resources.
And how relevant do you think that kind of subject matter is to the way the industry is changing?
I think it was extremely relevant. I think that the job needs a new concept, and then she brought a lot of input for that. On the second one, on Bernard, would you like?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's more traditional thing like disruption. I would say more in a bad sense of disruption. I think we need more positive things, how the technology might fit to the new concept, how the human beings as labor force can contribute in a new environment, rather than to bump with things like these are technologies that are going to replace, and you need to find your place. You are not you have no chance to keep status quo as it is and so forth. So I think that the point was to be a little bit more like relevant to the new concept, how we can get there, this kind of thing. So that's my personal opinion.
Okay, and do you agree with his point that technology and a human touch can be a collaboration rather than one phasing the other out?
Yes, I think so, but we are not yet there. I think with all AI things, we need first to make sure that the data that we are receiving, they are really reliable. We know how to process them, we know how to rely on them, and this is not yet the stage, to be honest.
Okay. And finally, is there anything in particular you're looking forward to between now and the end of the summit?
Oh yeah, I think that the technology in HR job is now very important point to consider, to integrate, and I think that we can find some solutions and some good thoughts for that, and also particular solutions for very practical things.
Right, thank you. Okay, so we have Margaret doing the keynote this morning. How did you find that, and what did you take away from it?
Oh, I thought I was extremely inspired. Really great way to start the day. Very thought-provoking, really going sort of more at the edge of what we do in the day-to-day. So it really got me thinking about how I should engage with my colleagues in the leadership team. It's not really kind of, how that we can challenge ourselves as well.
So that's something you feel like you can take away and apply to your own?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think, it's not. I like the way she put together, sort of go beyond the data and just act on more vulnerability and change.
And then afterwards we had Bernard talking about the onset of technology within HR and how that's going to potentially collaborate with the human touch. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, very interesting to go from one edge to the other one. Data being such an important part of what we're doing nowadays, I thought what to me is really how do we rethink the roles that we have currently and how they will change, given everything that technology is going to bring. So we're still very much of a people sort of purpose-driven organization, and a lot of our things are manual, a lot of our processes, a lot of it's a big call for systems, automation, and so on. I think once we're doing all that investment, what's going to parallel to that process of it.
So do you agree with the idea that technology and the human side of things can collaborate in the future?
Yes, absolutely. No, they're not going to run the world. Absolutely, the technology is not going to run the world. And I don't know if we will either. But yeah, if we're not there in it, kind of together.
And finally, just to finish off with, is there anything in particular you're looking forward to in the next 2 days of the summit?
Oh, looking forward to connect to some HR colleagues in the field, learn a little bit more about some of the new services, solutions out there. Have some good coffee.
Right, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had 2 great keynotes this morning. We started off with Margaret.
Yeah.
I understand you were in that keynote yourself. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me a little bit about what you took away from it.
Yeah, Margaret was, she's very inspiring, obviously a very, very good speaker. Just kind of speaking, I suppose, all around kind of creativity and how to foster that, in that it, I suppose it is very complex, but I think it's more around giving people the freedom to go off and wander, I think, were the words that she used, because that's when you find out what's going on. I think the main thing that I kind of took from that is that companies need to take that into consideration as well. They need to wander, they need to find out, what's going on, how they can kind of connect with their employees, and then basically foster them to be more creative. I suppose setting targets, setting deadlines on creativity doesn't seem to work, so need to kind of come up with a new method for fostering that.
Yeah, and she seems to place a lot of emphasis on human empathy and understanding, and generally the human side of things as opposed to technological side. Do you think that's something that's quite topical right now, or something that matches trends in the industry?
Absolutely, yeah. I think especially kind of speaking around kind of teamwork is kind of what she was mostly referring to there, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, just I suppose understanding the other person's side, not being kind of dominant but not being passive. That's where you get the most out of team situations, when everyone's voice is heard effectively, and having more women and more diversity. So I think that's definitely on trend at the moment.
And it's interesting because it segued quite nicely into Bernard Marr's talk, which was about the other side of the coin, really, which is about the onset of technology and how important that's going to be in the workplace. Do you have any particular thoughts on that side of the argument?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the kind of main thing I took away from Bernard's one is, AI is advancing and it does seem scary, but at the same time it's actually going to free up humans to do more, I suppose more of what they love as well. Flexibility was something that I thought was kind of common between both of those. Like I kind of said, Margaret's talking about flexibility for people to go off and be a little bit more creative. I think AI could also help in that. Let the robots kind of take over the work that they can do and can do really well, while kind of humans go off and foster that kind of creativity.
Okay, and would you agree with the idea that technology can be implemented but then can be used to collaborate with a human touch, rather than it just phasing out that human touch over time?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think it kind of needs to be. I know. Talking about robots can now smell, or robots can now touch. It is kind of scary, but I think it will be more collaborative, like you say, as opposed to robots just taking over the world.
And finally, why don't we finish off by, if you could tell me about what your thoughts are in terms of how important this kind of event is in the industry, in terms of bringing together practitioners, thought leaders and exhibitors to share ideas and information.
Yeah, hugely important. I think obviously Udemy for Business, we're a learning company. I'm learning a lot just from speaking to people here today, obviously from the speakers as well. I think one of the definite things I'm going to take home at I can't remember the gentleman's name, the kind of MC of the event, his whole thought process around HR should be chief, what was the word he used for it? Sorry, I beg your pardon, I was going to check my notes from the talk this morning. Chief Non-Complacency Officer, sorry, I think that's kind of something that I definitely take away. Okay. Just trying to stay ahead of things, trying to keep up with trends, and everything's constantly changing, so it's kind of something that's more and more important. Moving on from the Stone Age into the Iron Age, it's not a lack of stones, as he said, it's just trying to keep up and kind of move on.
Yeah, and I guess just to finish off, is there anything in particular coming up over the next few days that you're particularly looking ahead to?
Yeah, I suppose there's actually an event starting in a couple of minutes. It's mostly around learning. Obviously, I'm kind of putting my focus around that, but looking forward to kind of catching up. I think it's more of an interactive session as well, so it'll be interesting to get some thoughts and opinions from the attendees there.
Right guys, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had 2 really engaging keynote speeches today. kicked off with Margaret in the morning. You guys want to give me maybe a little bit of reaction on how you found it?
Yeah, so I thought Margaret was very inspirational as a speaker. Certainly made me think about some of the changes and the challenges. I thought Bernard was very interesting but very scary in terms of I just see robots ruling the world. But yeah, very good speakers.
I guess for me with Margaret, it was trying to get the balance of the scientific management stuff that you have to do in an organisation and that creative bit where you allow people to have some freedoms and how you find that balance. I thought that was really interesting, but she was very inspiring. I liked her stories. With Bernard, what I found interesting about his is he did actually paint a picture of we need to think differently about the jobs. So for me, the key take from that was look at a job, break it into tasks, and work out what you can do as a human and what should be done by technology. So that was the key take for me. But they were really, really good keynote speakers.
Okay. And I think what was interesting about having those two speeches back to back is that the two of them kind of represented the two sides of the coin in the argument, which is between the human touch and technology. Where do you find yourself on that sliding scale? Which side do you lean towards more?
I mean, I think for me, I think I'm probably quite in the middle of it because I'm quite a traditionalist in terms of the human element and getting human beings to do things and keeping us motivated as people, particularly in work but also out of work as well. But I think certainly through the work we've done, the automation and bringing in a more digital approach is certainly something we've been driving quite hard. So we can see the benefit of that, so that the individual is then, as a person, doing the more value-added people-to-people relationships.
Right.
Exactly.
So I guess what you mean is you do think that collaboration element is possible and it's able to thrive in the workplace.
We've driven automation hard in our HR function, and it's really reaped benefits because then, as Aileen said, the HR staff can then really add value rather than processing forms. What's really interesting is we're about to merge with another organisation and we're going to be doing a shared service with another organisation. And they're very different from us and don't have the technology, and they're scared of it as well. So learning lessons from this is going to be really helpful for us.
So you would say that broadly speaking, those keynotes, so you were able to take things away that you would apply.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
very much.
Okay, and just moving away from that briefly and onto the summit as a whole, how important do you think it is to have this kind of event to bring global leaders together and share ideas and information?
Well, this is my 4th time here. So
it's
my
3rd. So
that answers the question. It's very, very important. It's really, really well organised, actually.
Right, and just to finish off, is there anything in particular over the next few days in your schedule that you're greatly anticipating? Anything you're looking forward to in particular?
I think for me, just the continual experience of the diversity of the different topics that give you the ideas. There's a lot around sort of leadership and skills development for the future in that sort of modern world that I find quite interesting. So I know that that's the area I'm kind of looking at while I'm here over the next day.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hello, you're watching HRD Live. We'll be back in just a moment with more interviews and live updates from the event, but for now, stay tuned.
So, can you just tell me a bit about your experience from the keynotes this morning?
I think that Margaret was really impressive in her speech. I think that it's really positive. I have quite extensive experience of attending such events. I think that the most impressive thing was that it was positive. Because these days you have something like safety, psychological safety issues and these kind of things. I think she brought a very good point that psychological safety now is taking a new shape. That's really thoughtful and I think very good input for our job. HR, human resources.
And how relevant do you think that kind of subject matter is to the way the industry is changing?
I think it was extremely relevant. I think that the job needs a new concept, and then she brought a lot of input for that. On the second one, on Bernard, would you like?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's more traditional thing like disruption. I would say more in a bad sense of disruption. I think we need more positive things, how the technology might fit to the new concept, how the human beings as labor force can contribute in a new environment, rather than to bump with things like these are technologies that are going to replace, and you need to find your place. You are not you have no chance to stay, to keep status quo as it is, and so forth. So I think that the point was to be a little bit more like relevant to the new concept, how we can get there, this kind of thing. So that's my personal opinion.
Okay, and do you agree with his point that technology and a human touch can be a collaboration rather than one phasing the other out?
Yes, I think so, but we are not yet there. I think with all AI things, we need first to make sure that the data that we are receiving, they are really reliable. We know how to process them, we know how to rely on them, and this is not yet the stage, to be honest.
Okay. And finally, is there anything in particular you're looking forward to between now and the end of the summit?
Oh yeah, I think that the technology in HR job is now very important point to consider, to integrate, and I think that we can find some solutions and some good thoughts for that, and also particular solutions for very practical things.
Right, thank you. Okay, so we have Margaret doing a keynote this morning. How did you find that, and what did you take away from it?
Oh, I thought I was extremely inspired. Really great way to start the day. Very thought-provoking, really going sort of more at the edge of what we do in the day-to-day. So it really got me thinking about how I should engage with my colleagues in the leadership team. It's not really kind of, how that we can challenge ourselves as well. So
that's something you feel like you can take away and apply to your own?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I think, it's not. I like the way she put together, sort of go beyond the data and just act on more vulnerability and change.
And then afterwards we had Bernard talking about the onset of technology within HR and how that's going to potentially collaborate with the human touch. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, very interesting to go from one edge to the other one. Data being such an important part of what we're doing nowadays. I thought, to me is really how do we rethink the roles that we have currently and how they will change, given everything that technology is going to bring. So, we're still very much of a people sort of purpose-driven organization, and a lot of our things are manual. A lot of our processes, it's a big call for systems, automation, and so on. And I think once we're doing all that investment, what's going to look like? So it's important to do that in parallel to that process of the
So do you agree with the idea that technology and the human side of things can collaborate in the future?
absolutely. No, they're not going to run the world. Absolutely, the technology is not going to run the world. And I don't know if we will either. But yeah, if we're not there in it kind of together.
And finally, just to finish off with, is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to in the next 2 days for the rest of the summit?
Oh, looking forward to connect to some HR colleagues in the field, learn a little bit more about some of the new services, solutions out there. Have some good coffee.
Right, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had 2 great keynotes this morning. Start off with Margaret.
Yeah.
I understand you in that yourself. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me a little bit about what you took away from it.
Yeah, Margaret was, she's very inspiring, obviously a very, very good speaker. But yeah, just kind of speaking, I suppose, all around kind of creativity and how to foster that, in that it, I suppose it is very complex, but I think it's more around giving people the freedom to go off and wander, I think, were the words that she used, because that's when you find out what's going on. I think the main thing that I kind of took from that is that companies need to take that into consideration as well. They need to wander, they need to find out, what's going on, how they can kind of connect with their employees, and then basically foster them to be more creative. I suppose setting targets, setting deadlines on creativity doesn't seem to work, so need to kind of come up with a new method for fostering that.
Yeah, and she seems to place a lot of emphasis on human empathy and understanding, and generally the human side of things as opposed to technological side. Do you think that's something that's quite topical right now, or something that matches trends in the industry?
Absolutely, yeah. I think especially kind of speaking around kind of teamwork is kind of what she was mostly referring to there, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, just I suppose understanding the other person's side, not being kind of dominant but not being passive. That's where you get the most out of team situations, when everyone's voice is heard effectively, and having more women and more diversity. So I think that's definitely on trend at the moment.
And it's interesting because it segued quite nicely into Bernard Marr's talk, which was about the other side of the coin, really, which is about the onset of technology and how important that's going to be in the workplace. Do you have any particular thoughts on that side of the argument?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the kind of main thing I took away from Bernard's one is, AI is advancing and it does seem scary, but at the same time it's actually going to free up humans to do more, I suppose more of what they love as well. Flexibility was something that I thought was kind of common between both of those. Like I kind of said, Margaret's talking about flexibility for people to go off and be a little bit more creative. I think AI could also help in that. Let the robots kind of take over the work that they can do and can do really well, while kind of humans go off and foster that kind of creativity.
Okay, and would you agree with the idea that technology can be implemented but then can be used to collaborate with a human touch, rather than it just phasing out that human touch all the time?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think it kind of needs to be. I know. Talking about robots that can now smell or robots can now touch, it is kind of scary. But I think it will be more collaborative, like you say, as opposed to robots just taking over the world.
Yeah. And finally, why don't we finish off, Carl? If you could tell me about what your thoughts are in terms of how important this kind of event is in the industry, in terms of bringing together practitioners, thought leaders and exhibitors to share ideas and information.
Yeah, hugely important. I think obviously Udemy for Business, we're a learning company. I'm learning a lot just from speaking to people here today, obviously from the speakers as well. I think one of the definite things I'm going to take home at I can't remember the gentleman's name, the kind of MC of the event, his whole thought process around HR should be chief, what was the word he used for it? Sorry, I beg your pardon, I was going to check my notes from the talk this morning. Chief Non-Complacency Officer. Sorry, I think that's kind of something that I definitely take away. Okay. Just trying to stay ahead of things, try and keep up with trends, and everything's constantly changing, so it's kind of something that's more and more important. Moving on from the Stone Age into the Iron Age, it's not a lack of stones, as he said. It's just trying to keep up and kind of move on.
Yeah, and I guess just to finish off, is there anything in particular coming up over the next few days that you're particularly looking ahead to?
Yeah, I suppose there's actually an event starting in a couple of minutes. It's mostly around learning. Obviously, I'm kind of putting my focus around that, but looking forward to kind of catching up. I think it's more of an interactive session as well, so it'll be interesting to get some thoughts and opinions from the attendees there.
Right guys, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had 2 really engaging keynote speeches today. Kicked off with Margaret and Ian. Do you guys want to give me maybe a little bit of reaction on how you found it?
Yeah, so I thought Margaret was very inspirational as a speaker. certainly made me think about some of the changes and the challenges. I thought Bernard was very interesting but very scary in terms of I just see robots ruling the world. But yeah, very good speakers.
I guess for me with Margaret, it was trying to get the balance of the scientific management stuff that you have to do in an organisation and that creative bit where you allow people to have some freedoms and how you find that balance. I thought that was really interesting, but she was very inspiring. I liked her stories. With Bernard, what I found interesting about his is he did actually paint a picture of we need to think differently about the jobs. So for me, the key take from that was look at a job, break it into tasks, and work out what you can do as a human and what should be done by technology. So that was the key take for me. But they were really good keynote speakers.
And I think what was interesting about having those two speeches back to back is that the two of them kind of represented the two sides of the coin in the argument, which is between the human touch and technology. Where do you find yourself on that sliding scale? Which side do you lean towards more?
I mean, I think for me, I think I'm probably quite in the middle of it because I'm quite a traditionalist in terms of the human element and getting human beings to do things and keeping us motivated as people, particularly in work but also out of work as well. But I think certainly through the work we've done, the automation and bringing in a more digital approach is certainly something we've been driving quite hard. So we can see the benefit of that, so that the individual is then, as a person, doing the more value-added people-to-people relationships.
Right.
Exactly.
So I guess what you mean is you do think that collaboration element is possible and it's able to thrive in the workplace.
We've driven automation hard in our HR function, and it's really reaped benefits because then, as Aileen said, the HR staff can then really add value rather than processing forms. What's really interesting is we're about to merge with another organisation, and we're going to be doing a shared service with another organisation, and they're very different from us and don't have the technology, and they're scared of it as well. So learning lessons from this is going to be really helpful for us.
So you would say that broadly speaking, those keynotes, so you were able to take things away that you would apply.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
very much.
Okay, and just moving away from that briefly and onto the summit as a whole, how important do you think it is to have this kind of event to bring global leaders together and share ideas and information?
Well, this is my 4th time here. So
it's
that,
my 3rd.
Yeah.
So
that answers the question. It's very important. Yeah. It's really well organised actually.
Right, and just to finish off, is there anything in particular over the next few days on the schedule that you're greatly anticipating? Anything you're looking forward to in particular?
I think for me, just the continual experience of the diversity of the different topics that give you the ideas. There's a lot around sort of leadership and skills development for the future in that sort of modern world that I find quite interesting. So I know that that's the area I'm kind of looking at while I'm here over the next day.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live. I'm now joined by Pep Rosenfeld of Boom Chicago. Pep, how are we doing?
I'm doing. Yeah.
So I'm in trouble with the stream, actually. If you might want to refresh your page.
That's my favorite way to screw with.
That's pretty good. I enjoyed that. Also, everyone, Pep, happy birthday as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday. 30 years old.
30 years old.
How does
No,
it feel?
31.
I thought I'd lie because I wanted to make you feel better.
No,
but,
I feel great.
But you feel good. How was the birthday session? Was it? Did you get
It was
everyone to say happy
fantastic. It was a
birthday?
terrific session. I didn't want to play the birthday card. I wanted to earn it. I wanted to earn them singing to me.
Let's see if we can earn it now. Okay. So tell us a little bit about it, Pep. What happened in there?
Well, it's the session. So the title of the session was "Getting the Best Out of People During Times of Change." But my secret is that I think humor is the best way to get the best out of people in times of change. And it was a session in two parts. We talk about how humor is great for the team morale and for their health, which you need when the ground is shifting. But also about how humor helps you communicate messages. Maybe difficult messages that people don't want to hear, like we're changing, this is happening, the way you're working is changing, in a way that lets the door open to those changes and maybe lets the messages land and stick. So that's half number one. Then the second half of the session, we do a bunch of interactive activities where people sort of find out by doing what it's like to be working in a collaborative work environment, what it's like to say yes and instead of no, what it's like to actively listen and how that helps you be more creative and, God forbid, more funny.
So when you're in that business environment then, that often, as you say, isn't that funny, how can you make that change? Like, it seems like it must be such a big thing for a lot of, especially for business leaders, to say, okay, I want to make things funny in some way. How do you start to make that change?
First of all, I think you have to realize that everybody is funnier than they think. Frequently event organizers will tell us, don't go in and make jokes about the new strategy because the new strategy is serious. And I'm kind of like, yeah, but if everybody's thinking the new strategy is basically the old strategy but with higher targets and lower budgets, they're thinking it. And they're going to talk about it. So the question is, do they talk about it behind your back at the water cooler? If water coolers are still a thing, or do you lead the conversation and let them know you understand their worries and their concerns? And I think humor helps you do that second one.
It seems it's kind of about honesty, I suppose, and also about trust as well. It's like, I feel like I can have this conversation with you.
Well,
and that's got to change the business mindset a huge.
So the subversive aspect of this is that the same kind of environment where humor can flourish is the same kind of environment where people are listening to each other and building trust. If you're open and build trust with folks, those are the folks you laugh with. And maybe more importantly, when you laugh together with people and take risks, like we have folks do with these interactive activities, that builds trust, without them even worrying about it. You never had to, what'd you do today? Built trust. No, but we laughed together, and that does build trust.
And getting that started, I suppose, is this a case of sitting down with everyone and saying, okay guys, we're going to do things this way, or is it a slower process than that? How do you get it off the ground?
Well, the way we work with organizations is we'll go in and we'll do a couple things. First, we learn about what the company is up against, what folks are probably thinking, what they're probably worried about, and then we've got a two-pronged attack. Attack number one, write jokes about the whole thing. We will start these sessions with 15-minute basically roast, where we make fun of the boss in front of the boss and the boss pays for it. But he does so because he knows we're opening cynical minds to this new strategy, way of working, situation.
Of course.
Then we get people working with each other. When we do activities with them that have them focus on how they listen, should they listen, being honest, not just being honest but being kind. I think the best way to do it is to do something interactive. Now, if you're not going to do something interactive, then it's got to come from the top. Then the boss has to commit to listening, commit to creating the kind of work environment where people do say yes to each other.
Right. Yeah, it does seem like there's kind of a mindset change that needs to take place at the top there in business, right? And if there's any HR leaders, business leaders watching who right now at this moment think, right, I want to get this off the ground and get this started, but haven't the faintest idea of how to get going right now, what would be Pep's top tip to get it started right now before they get Boom Chicago involved?
That was the top tip. That was the top tip. I'm sorry. Top tip number one is sit down with a piece of paper and someone you trust who can be honest with you and say, am I open to new ideas? Do I create an environment where people can be honest? If you ask scared people if they're scared, they say no. But if you ask people you trust, are my people scared, they might tell you the truth. But if you're not honestly open to new things and new ideas, and honestly open to the possibility that you're part of the problem, then it's not going to happen.
Fantastic. Pep, thanks so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your 30th birthday.
I'm going to go get drunk now.
Awesome. Stay tuned, guys. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Kate Griffiths-Lambeth. Kate, how are you doing?
It's been a really good day so far.
Wonderful. So what have you been sharing with the audiences here today?
Sharing as in live tweeting, because I do quite a bit of that. So I live tweeted
Awesome.
Margaret and Bernard this morning.
Fantastic.
Interesting contrast between the two. She very much about the connectivity, the trust, the need for empathy and the soft skills. Bernard scaring the big jobbers out of everybody. That technology's going to
Well, that
wipe
merging
the
tech and
world.
humans, so it's like the robots are here now. Fantastic.
In fact, they've been here for a while and we haven't spotted them.
Yep, turns out. Fantastic. So what about your session then? What have you been telling the audiences here?
Well, I was on a panel session at 2 o'clock and there were 5 of us. Mark was chairing, and then we had Janine from LinkedIn, we had Kathy from Avon,
Yeah.
we had Joe from
Indiverse?
Indiverse, and myself.
Fantastic. And what were you wanting to talk about there? Why did you join that?
We were talking about the way the world's changing, what HR needs to be like for the future, what the workplace is going to be like in the future, how do we cope, what do we need to be thinking about. So we could have been there for hours.
There is quite a lot to unpack
There is a lot.
there. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, there's no way we can get into all of that right now, but what were some of the things in that discussion that you found particularly interesting, things that you really liked mining into?
There was an interesting lead-in on, obviously, some of what Bernard was saying, the impact of digital. That then moved us on to thinking about the pace of change. And things like, if you're coming out of university now, the probability is that what you've been learning, 50% of it will be redundant in 4 years' time. So instead of thinking as you walk into the workplace, I'm an expert, how do you change mindsets that I want to continuously learn and change?
Wow, okay.
And organisations are likely to be more fluid going forwards. They're going to be working networked together with different specific projects. So what skills do you need to have that fluidity?
Wow.
Joe was talking about people having maybe 3 different careers during the course of a lifetime and gaining the different skills. And Janine was talking about the need to have portable skills that you can take to different places.
Wow.
Kathy was quite good at talking about the impact of a more flexible workforce. We had a discussion about different generations, different requirements that they need. Then we moved on to people won't work for an organisation unless it's got a sense of purpose. Great question from the floor about, do organisations need to be more ethically minded going forwards, and if so, what's HR's role in that? Another good question from the floor about education. Do we have the kind of education for people coming into work now that means that they can do what you need to do for the work of the future?
Wow. There's so much there.
So we covered piles of stuff in a short space of time.
Basically everything. But talking about change mindsets, though, there.
Okay.
So you talked about engendering that mindset in a business and trying to create that in your employees.
Change mindset and a willingness to realise that you need to learn new skills. You need to be comfortable letting some stuff go because it's no longer relevant. You need to have the skills to spot things that are happening outside your sector or to be brave enough with that light bulb thought to follow it through. Not being frightened of failing, because actually often it's through failing that you learn and you come up with the new innovation, the new way of doing stuff. The big risk for a lot of organisations going forwards and individuals is remaining static. However, if you're going through constant change, the other thing you need to be aware of is that you're going to need to be quite resilient. So that then flips back conversation-wise to what can you do to help people be more resilient? And then the responsibility of being aware of mental health issues.
Of course.
Yeah?
Right, yeah, of course. So, I mean, who who controls that? Who owns this? If people watching this now, business leaders think, I want to make this change, I want to do this. How do they get started? What do you think is the top tip you might give, if you could give one, to start changing your mindset?
Janine probably touched on it. Be self-aware. Realise how you...
I hear so much more about this now. Self-awareness, how crucial that is.
If you understand how you interact with people, the way you come across, the things that are important to you, therefore what drives you to behave the way that you do, that will help you know what's the right path for you going forwards. Also, how you can help other people on the path that you're all taking.
Well, okay, I mean, it sounds like we could keep talking about this for quite a long time, but I think we're out of time. Thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live, and I hope you can join us again next year.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. Stay tuned for more very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by Linda Mountford. Linda, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Wonderful. I'm getting there.
Good,
I'm all right.
good. Nearly the end of the day.
This is it. Oh my goodness, is it? So I have no idea. So, Linda, your session is tomorrow, day 2 of the summit.
Correct.
What are you going to be sharing with the audiences in this session?
So, I'm going to be talking about internal learning programs and how you can really leverage those programs to transform organisational culture.
Okay.
So I'll be talking about the experience that we've had, really the journey we've been on in John West, and how we've leveraged our John West Academy to really build and embed a culture of customer excellence.
Wow, okay. Internal learning, I've had a few chats here today about how much of a challenge that is to try and make it part of your day-to-day and of work, right? And to kind of just build it in as opposed to being, okay, like we need to deal with this learning stuff now. What was your journey like then in terms of making that valuable and connecting that with your employees' experience?
I think for us what was important is this was a training programme for our crew.
Right.
But really built and designed by the crew. So it was very much about empowering our people. So giving them the space, the resources to develop a programme, obviously supported by the HR team. But I think then, they were motivated, engaged, and I think as well in terms of then the wider crew participation, it really supported and generated buy-in.
Wow, that's fantastic. And what sort of things were you hearing from employees then when you were saying, okay, tell us how you want to learn in terms of that training? What kind of stuff were you getting back? Were you surprised, or did you think, oh no, this is fantastic, this is perfect? Because it had to have been a difficult journey, right?
Yeah, I don't think we were surprised, because what we wanted to do was keep linking it back to this whole customer experience. So whether that's your internal customer or your external customer. So they very much wanted to help their fellow crew become brand ambassadors. So it was really helping people sort of develop their knowledge of the organisation and also to build capability. So they could talk with confidence about Thai Union, about John West, about retail, about sustainability, about sort of, our brand strategy. So no challenges. I think we were just so impressed with what we were getting back, sort of the level of engagement. People absolutely, wanted to deliver this and make it successful.
That's fantastic. It seems like such a challenge, but obviously there is a way to make it work that well. For the HR leaders and business leaders watching this at home now, who maybe you're experiencing a similar challenge or have a similar desire to transform learning in that way internally, what would be your top tip maybe to them, or maybe how should they start thinking about it to get things off the ground?
I think about your organisational culture first. Think about what are the overarching objectives of the internal training programme that you're trying to deliver. I think although this was very much, a programme that was for our crew, built by the crew, we also leverage some external expertise as well. So don't be afraid, to ask for help, to calibrate, to benchmark externally, because I think then you can deliver a programme that not only hits the mark but is really inspiring for everyone as well.
Fantastic. Linda, I can't wait for the session tomorrow. I think it's going to be great.
I hope you can join, but I imagine you'll probably be interviewing, but if you can, I'd love to see you.
I'm going to break free for a moment to come and see it. But thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live.
Thanks.
And thanks for watching, everyone. Stay tuned for more interviews very soon.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by the incredible Sam McNeil and Pedro Angulo, together at last.
Thanks. Together.
The dream team. Guys, how's it been today? What have we seen? What have we enjoyed? What's been going on? I mean, so much.
I've had a great day. I think the feedback's been good, the energy's been great, the morning sessions, the plenaries were really good, and then I've been to 3 sessions I really liked. Just came from this session actually, Matt Stevens, talking about engagement, and he made a really good point about that I hadn't thought about, that AI and technology isn't replacing employees, it's repurposing employees. And he gave a great example of going to McDonald's and saying that they haven't really lost employees since bringing in screens, but those employees now can welcome customers, talk to them, make sure that the restaurants are cleaner, and make sure that the experience is better for the employees. For the customers. So I found that really interesting. That was cool. Cheryl Allen from Ados did a great session. She booked us after we worked together here a few years ago, so I went and saw her, which was lovely. She's about future fitting employees and future business needs. And the other one was a leadership session by a guy called Dominic Fitch from Impact.
Fantastic.
Loved it. Yeah, it's been great.
Wonderful. How about you, Pedro?
Great. Again, I love the energy. I love the variety of sessions, the variety of ways of delivering content. Particularly impressed on the 15-minute
lightning talks.
Very good. Very brief, very punchy. Boom, get the message, get you curious. Really enjoyable.
Fantastic.
Another thing that I got out of today is quite interesting. So when I went to all these kind of different sessions, one thing has come back for me, and that is the importance of trust.
Yes, we talked about this.
Right. Interesting. Yeah.
So we have a trust deficit. So. Margaret Heffernan was saying about, there were 10 nurses that they were told, off you go, do what you think is right. They were trusted.
Yeah.
And that delivered better patient outcomes. Then I went to a guy talking about the 3 megatrends, saying that the biggest deficit was there was a deficit on trust. So the way I see it is as HR people, we can work in creating a more trusting environment. Not only will help us to lower costs, it will also help us to deliver better customer outcomes.
Wow. And you had a session?
Yes.
What was that all about?
My session was on the whole thing of purpose and culture, and how to create a culture that drives customer innovation and good customer outcomes.
Cool. Wow, okay, fair enough. And did trust form any part of that discussion, or how were you exploring that?
And that's exactly why I found it so interesting, because if you look at the trust deficit, if you look at any organization or industry, trust could be higher. But if you look at the banking sector, trust is right at the bottom, and rightly so. So we have a much longer journey, much more work to do. So when we look at around ways of rebuilding the trust,
as in customer trust or employee
customer and employee,
both.
We thought purpose and trust. Purpose and building trust through purpose and culture are the things to go after. If we talk to future employees, they want to work with purpose-led companies. If we talk to customers, they want to work with purpose-led organizations, which are more than just making money. And that's really gratifying, because we are on that journey. A lot of work done, a hell of a lot more to do.
Fantastic.
Coming to HRD and working on over the last few years has made Song Division, identify our purpose and come up with our own values over the last 2 years, and it's been such an exciting journey for us we've always known what we do is important and we've all loved it, but really defining those values and purpose all of a sudden elevates everything to I feel like I know what I want to do with my life or my career. Because if I'm not aligned to these values, then I'm doing them in the wrong job.
It's not sustainable either, right? If you don't feel like you understand your purpose, it's like after a certain point, you're going to disconnect.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
That's
crazy.
fascinating.
And Sam, in terms of your journey, I'm fascinated. What has been some of the highlights, lowlights, in terms of your purpose, values journey?
Well, we were talking about this as well, because our values, we have 5 values. Some of them are, excellence in everything we do. Life is better with music. And I was talking to Michael before that we do these big jobs, like 1,500 people for Virgin and the big banks and pharmaceuticals, but we do a lot of small jobs for not-for-profits and charities and kids. And those ones are I walk away just feeling like I'm making a difference. And I feel the same with the big ones and with the big Fortune 500s. But those jobs where you see people who they're making a difference in their job, and we're helping them do that. There's like this really beautiful connection all of a sudden, and they're not the big jobs. They're usually where they have a smaller budget. It's 30 people. It might be in a meeting room, but what we achieve in 1 hour with these people, like that for me, like I walk away going, oh, I'm doing something really special here. I love that. Yeah,
it's quite interesting because when we are looking at our own culture lens and we have done a diagnosis, one of the things that comes through is that our people are tired.
Yeah.
And they need something to reconnect, to give them a little bit of energy, and to build that emotional resilience. And actually, funnily enough, when you look at what are the things that give people connection to emotions, emotional well-being, music is a key element.
Yep. We said that, the way it makes you feel,
the way it makes you feel,
the endorphins that are released, and the bonds that are created with other employees, and like you keep saying, is trust. Because there's no better metaphor around, music, playing in a band, being in a choir, being in an orchestra, trusting the other musicians in the room, trusting that you can make a mistake and that they will be there for you. So the metaphors are endless, which is why it's such a nice fit for us.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, you have a session tomorrow.
I have a session.
Right. Tell us a little bit about that. What should we get excited about?
Shameless promotion.
That's what we're here for.
I'm going.
It is 11:20, and it's called Curating a Culture of Engagement and Innovation Using Music. And it's exactly that. It's to create great musicians, we believe possess 3 fundamental skills: communication, creativity, and collaboration.
We can do with them.
And great organisations trust their staff and foster those 3 C's to create a culture of innovation in their workplace. And so we work. Tomorrow is going to be very fast. It's normally a 90-minute workshop. I'm going to do it in 30 minutes. But again, like we said, I work through each fundamental: creativity, collaboration, communication. Each C is an exercise, and by the end, an original song will be written. But we finish, funnily enough, with the exact same takeaway: none of this matters if you don't have trust. Because you can have all the ideas, you can have the creativity, but if your employer doesn't trust you, or you don't trust your employer, then none of it doesn't matter. None of it matters. So it'll be fast and furious. There'll be music. Rue and Charles, our musicians, will be up on stage. It's going to be awesome. And tonight we're doing some more music over drinks and Insta hits as well.
Happy days.
Happy days.
Sounds amazing. Pedro, what about tomorrow? Is there anything you're excited? Obviously, Sam's session. Anything else you're looking forward to?
I think one of the challenges with the conference is that there are so many things, so many good things. So for me, the real thing is around saying, okay, let's ground all the learning today. Take about 15 minutes to take the key nuggets, ground them, and then say, okay, knowing what I know now, what do I need tomorrow?
Right, that's true.
But one thing is for sure, I'm coming to watch this man.
Oh, awesome!
And definitely.
I cannot wait.
You sound like you could sing.
Badly. But honestly, you couldn't bring this out of a book. If you look at to your point, if you look at what we are trying to do in our organization, which is a big organization, normally in a very hierarchical structure, silo mentality, the one thing that we need is more collaboration.
Yeah.
If there's one thing that we need is more innovation, more creativity around customer outcomes.
Yeah.
So all of those things that you are saying are music to my ears. And forget the pun. It's just it's brilliant.
It's true.
It's exactly what we need.
Yeah, and the idea of failing and it being okay to fail, which is another nice metaphor with music. Making a mistake is what leads you to getting it right. But being able to feel like if I make a mistake, I'm not going to be in trouble or.
It makes me feel better.
Yeah, it is. So. We'll cover all of that and more somehow in 30 minutes.
Fantastic. I can't wait, guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Live.
What a day.
We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, guys. Great day. Stay tuned, guys, for a little bit more interviews today.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Barb Vida. Barb, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Wonderful. So, what have you been sharing with audiences so far at the summit today? What's been going on?
Well, the key point is that the workplace is changing. We have a younger demographic. Now 50% of our demographic is millennials and Z, so they're under the age of 40. And by 2025, they'll be 75% of the workforce. So we need to stay alert to that and adjust our leadership style.
Wow. And so what are the challenges then that presents? How do leaders need to adapt to
Well, I think it's not challenges, I think it's opportunities.
Right.
So I think that we need to think about learning and lifestyle and adjust ourselves accordingly. Think about the best way to engage them and to support them and to ensure that they stay in your organization. I think retention and well-being are key strategies that every organization has to think about.
Fantastic. And so when it comes to changing how we operate in organizations for those different generations, where does the responsibility fall, do you think? Is it to leaders to say, okay, we need to change things, or is it a cultural change that needs to take place? How do we welcome these new generations to the workplace and kind of get on with this one?
I think leaders shape culture, and culture shapes leaders.
Oh, really?
So they are interdependent, and I think if the queuing and the way our leadership is, the direction they're going, if they do not capture and engage the workforce, then people leave. They feel disengaged. About 20% of the workforce typically is disengaged.
Right.
If people linger without hope that they've got a career path that's meaningful to them, they'll leave.
Of course.
So you really want to reach your employees in a way that they hear you. And I think with millennials and Zs, we have to adjust our leadership style to match their learning and lifestyle.
Wow. Is that a difference of communication? Is it, do you think, partially in how you speak and how we conduct business in a different with new generations?
Oh, I think I will talk about sort of leadership and mentoring and coaching. And I think if we do our traditional habits of fearing and revenge, we will have problems if you, and we're all likely to do that. I worked hard, you have to work hard, you have to earn your stripes. But I think if you can turn it around and say, how do I build up someone's skills and self-esteem and their sense of well-being in the workplace, then we might actually get more performance and have a more engaged employee. So I think you have to adjust your leadership style to match the person you're talking and working with.
That's fantastic. If there's anyone watching this, an HR leader, a business leader who maybe is facing this exact problem right now and they think, okay, I have this mixture of generations in my workforce and I want to make that change now and feel like I'm engaging them, what would be your maybe top tip to get that started, get off the ground? Like, how could they get going if they're just totally lost at the moment?
Okay, well, I would say there's three things you need to think about when you're motivating your workforce. One is coaching, and I don't mean coaching down, but coaching across. Instant feedback is critical. Millennials and Zs are accustomed to it, and so just in time and just after time feedback. If we wait for the performance review, we're way too late.
Right.
Flexibility, understanding work-life balance, those sorts of things are key. So flexibility in the workplace, meaningful leadership and mentoring and coaching, and technology. Technology is intuitive to communication, particularly with this millennial and Z group. So you have to actually match your coaching style to their way of receiving information. It has to be intuitive, and it has to be in a methodology or a modality that they can receive and be open to.
Fantastic. Bob, thank you so much for joining us in HRD Live. Stay tuned, everyone, for some more interviews very soon.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Janine Chamberlain from LinkedIn. Janine, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, thank you.
Wonderful. So what have you been sharing with the audiences here today at the summit?
Yeah, I was privileged enough to be on a panel talking about essentially the future of work. What should we be expecting as HR professionals? What do we need to be prepared for?
Fantastic. I actually was speaking to Kate from the panel before, and she was saying, it sounds like you discussed so much. I mean, I tried to get a feeling of what that was about, and Kate said, oh, it was this, and this.
Yeah.
But I mean, because it's a huge area, what was maybe one of your favorite things that you discussed in the session? What really spoke to you?
I think it's about how the pace of change is ever increasing. So it's fast already, but it's getting faster and faster. And how do we prepare people within organizations, and particularly leadership, to be able to cope with those changes that are, fueled either by technology or by uncertainty in the economic landscape. There's a whole host of reasons.
Fantastic.
So I think that pace of change is fascinating.
So speaking of that and all the different kinds of change and things that are influencing that, you mentioned helping leaders out there and preparing them. Is that a matter of, is it a cultural shift, a mindset shift that needs to take place with leadership? How do you get that started? How do you prepare them for that kind of change?
I mean, I think that is actually fascinating, the mindset. So we did talk in the panel about the growth mindset, which, I think it might be a bit of a buzzword by now. Everybody talks about the growth mindset, but it is really important for people to understand that the only way for us to progress within our careers and to help our companies succeed is if we do adopt a growth mindset and we're always looking to essentially transform ourselves and adapt to this new world of work.
Wonderful.
And that's an ongoing thing,
Of course. And so making that change then and talking of that mindset, where does the responsibility lie in the business to get that started, to push it off the ground? Is it solely with leadership, do you think, or is it more reciprocal than that?
Yeah, so from my point of view, I think it's about embedding it within the culture of an organization, because ultimately it's everybody's responsibility within the organization. Clearly, the people who drive that typically tend to be your leadership. They need to role model that kind of behavior and then help others to also adopt that and kind of understand where they are going and how they need to get there. But ultimately, it's everybody's responsibility in my view. So it's a cultural piece.
Right. So if there are HR leaders, business leaders watching this, that maybe facing this exact problem right now, and they think, I want to create this mindset in my business, but I haven't the faintest idea of where to start. I have no idea where to begin. What would be maybe your top tip for getting that started, for making that change in the beginning?
So I'll talk a little bit about just how I see it happening at LinkedIn.
Right.
So within LinkedIn, we have a very strong kind of written culture, and we talk a lot about transformation within our culture. So transformation is something that we reward, we celebrate, we highlight examples of it. And it's transforming yourself, it's transforming your environment. So I think making sure that everybody understands what are the expectations of me within this organization, and if one of those expectations is you have to adopt a change and you have to kind of be leading edge in terms of getting to the next level, reward that, celebrate that, and really share all those great examples.
Fantastic, Janine. Thank you for joining us in HRD Live. I really appreciate
Pleasure.
it. Stay tuned, everyone, for one more interview today, a little bit later on.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Hilary McGrady, Director General of the National Trust. Hilary, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Fantastic. So, what will you be sharing with the audiences today here at the Summit?
Well, my session is about purpose and having a purpose that you're really proud of. And I'll really just be sharing why the purpose of the National Trust is central to everything that we do. Everything from how we welcome people to our properties, how our staff behave, our volunteers behave. It's kind of the central guiding light in everything that we do.
Fantastic. And it's more important than ever now, purpose. I was just having an interview now with somebody actually talking about how younger generations really identify with that purpose. They feel that when you're coming to work, you're really engaged in something that you really care about. But there's so many challenges involved in that, I think, as well. For business leaders watching this who really want to engage in purpose, how do you think is the best way to kind of to get that moving? How do you start that process?
I guess there's a few things for me. What you can't do is have a set of words that you don't then live.
Right.
So the challenge is about being able to translate. In our case, purpose is, looking after special places for everyone. How do we make that lived in daily for our staff? So much of what we've been trying to do is make the translation between what it says and what that means in practice. So we've done a complete review of our values, which in turn then help inform them, well, what does that mean in my job? If I'm a conservation assistant, what does it mean? Or if I'm in finance, what does it mean? And I think that's where a lot of businesses get it wrong. They think it's only maybe the leadership that need to worry about the purpose, and it's not people on the ground. So that connection is super important.
I was about to ask, you completely got my next question, but where that responsibility is. So obviously a big part of that is leadership, and something like purpose has to have some sort of drive, some sort of leadership. But then how can other parts of an organisation contribute to that then? How can you create purpose as an organisation?
I think you don't create purpose. Our purpose is
already
there. It's there. And people, we're incredibly fortunate that people want to work for the National Trust because of that purpose. So in a way, the motivation is there, but it's still the application is really hard.
Right.
So one of the values, for example, that we have introduced to, which in one sense you would say, well, what's that got to do with looking after places? Making everyone welcome. So I mean everyone. Why is that important? Because in our purpose it says we are for the nation. And if we're not in everything that we do, making everyone feel welcome, well, we're not delivering on our purpose. So what does that mean if I'm a conservation assistant? That means that I do my conservation in front of people. I engage you in that process. I help you understand what I'm doing. I'm up for having that conversation with you. Rather than just looking after the thing, I'm trying to engage you in the process.
Of course.
So trying to find a way why it means something to me in my job is the job of leadership, actually. And I think the other thing is to be leader-led. I need to demonstrate the purpose. I need to demonstrate those values, because if I don't, how can they possibly expect to follow?
Of course. If there are business leaders watching this who are in that state now where they want to get this kind of thing started, they have a purpose perhaps as an organisation, but it's that application that they just can't seem to fathom or get going. Do you have maybe a top tip that you could share that maybe might be the first switch to make in terms of starting with that mindset, in terms of getting it going? What might be your, I know it's quite a big question, but a top tip maybe.
I think our top tip is engaging your staff in the process of understanding the values and forming the values. We spent nearly 6 months asking our staff and volunteers what values would from their point of view, reflect the purpose. So our values came from our staff and volunteers. They didn't come from me, they didn't come from the management, they came from the staff, and we built them up and we crafted them and we've got them down to a really, really fine level of detail so that people recognise them because they were part of the development of them. You cannot force people to respond to a purpose unless they feel it, that has come from somewhere in themselves. And so what we've done is help that come forward.
Fantastic. An inspiring note to end on, I think. Hilary, thank you so much for joining us. I can't wait for the session. It's going to be fantastic. That's it for HRD Live for today. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow, bright and early. We'll see you then.